Visit us at buyatoyota.com. Kagan Stern Marinello and Beard provides highly skilled legal services to businesses and individuals. Licensed in Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia, Kagan Stern handles legal matters throughout the Mid-Atlantic region and across the country. Whether you're a large multinational corporation, a regional company, small business, or an individual, Kagan Stern lawyers always look for the most efficient and effective solution to your complex legal issues. 5-Star App is the world's first and only sports highlight rating app, changing the way athletes and fans curate and consume highlights of their favorite sports on one safe and comment-free social platform. Highlights are rated on a 5-star scale, giving the power of ratings back to the athletes and fans who love sports as much as we do. Download the 5-Star app in the Apple and Google Play app stores and visit us at 5starapp.com. Earn yours. CFG Bank, the official community bank of the MIAA. We help create your next chapter and take on your business goals as if they are our own. We have deep roots in Maryland, providing you with relationship managers who understand your needs and who are available to help with your banking and lending needs at any time. Visit us at cfg.bank. Your success is our business.
I thought you were going to sit up here more. We're in black. Stand by B.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Charm City. We are just outside of Baltimore, Maryland at UMBC Stadium for the MIAA B Conference Soccer Championship between St. Mary's and Severn. Hi everybody, I'm Connor Newcomb alongside Bob Shriver. And Bob, these are two schools who know a lot about each other, and it's going to be a bitter rivalry.
Well, both schools are very close to each other in the Annapolis area. These kids have grown up playing against each other across a variety of sports, and it's a bitter rivalry. But in soccer, Severn holds the upper hand. They beat St. Mary's twice this year. They have a 21-3 record over the Saints over the last 13 years. So St. Mary's got a kind of a steep hill to climb today.
Yeah, we'll talk about that St. Mary's team first. Charlie Roy in the midfield. He's only a sophomore, but he's really leading this team on offense.
Well, he leads the team in scoring, and he also leads the team in distributions from transferring from offense to defense to offense. He's their most complete player.
And on the other side for Severn, they've got a guy setting some records in Davis Caulfield.
Davis Caulfield scored 25 goals this year. It's an all-time Severn record. He's a terrific player, senior captain.
So we're going to crown a B Conference champion in the MIAA today. Will it be Severn or St. Mary's? You'll find out next here at UMBC Stadium.
The 2022 MIAA Soccer Championship Games are brought to you by CFG Bank, the official community bank of the MIAA. Toyota, for legendary safety and reliability, choose Toyota. And let's go places. Advanced Radiology, the largest imaging provider in the state of Maryland. Academy Financial, committed to providing exceptional service for all your financial planning needs. The 5-Star app, the world's first and only sports highlight rating app. Earn yours. Kagan, Stern, Marinello, and Beard, we always look for the most efficient and effective solution to your complex legal issues. Sheehy Lexus of Annapolis, experience amazing. Riley's Oyster Bar, it was a brave man who tried the first oyster. And Turf Valley Resort, fall into relaxation, take in the scenic beauty, and get away on the greens at Turf Valley Resort.
Welcome back into UMBC Stadium. We are just about set to go for our MIAA B Conference Soccer Final between the St. Mary's Saints and the Severn Admirals. I'm Connor Newcomb back here with you alongside Bob Shriver. And Bob, we talked about it a little bit in the open, but we've got two teams right here that are pretty big rivals. They've played each other twice already this year, and they met in the championship game here last year, so a lot to be decided in this rivalry. So for these two sides, Severn and St. Mary's, the Severn team, #1 in the MIAA B Conference, 34 consecutive wins. Bob, 34 consecutive wins. I mean, this team, it's been an incredible run, and we'll pause for the national anthem, come back, we'll have kickoff in this one. Back here at UMBC Stadium, Severn and St. Mary's. We take a look at the starting lineups for both of these sides today. The starting 11 in our championship game, Severn and St. Mary's. And Bob, as you take a look at this group, especially on the Severn side, it's a team that hasn't lost in a long, long time since August of 2021. They're trying to keep it that way and win a title here in this one.
And they hold a huge advantage historically over St. Mary's on the soccer pitch. They've beaten them twice this year, including the last game, which was a 7-1 kind of a thrashing. The first game was a little closer than that, but Severn is, as you just said a second ago, has dominated the B Conference in the last 2 years. They're seeking their second straight title, the 5th since the outset of the MIAA in 1995.
And you got a couple of sides here from the Annapolis area. Both teams know each other well, obviously from playing in the MIAA conference, but also from playing on the same club teams. A lot of them cross over during the summer. Playing each other growing up, going elementary school and middle school together. There's a big rivalry on both sides of the field here. And you did mention it, Bob. It was a 7-1 Severn win. It was Severn's senior day, the final regular season match of the year. And Severn just frankly blitzed St. Mary's on kind of a rainy day. And it was not the same in their first matchup. That was a 2-1 win for Severn. But it'll be interesting to see, does this game mirror more of that 2-1 tight-fought match back in September, or does it mirror more of what we saw 2 weeks ago when Severn was in complete control from the beginning?
Well, I think we'll find out pretty quickly, but people have said this for as long as I've been around sports, that it's really hard to beat the same team 3 times in a season, and Severn's trying to accomplish that goal today.
Yes, Severn, the #1 overall seed in the conference, of course, with the unbeaten record. St. Mary's, the #3 seed coming in, beat the Friends School in the quarterfinal, had to pull off the upset over the Park School in the semifinal on Thursday to get here to the championship game. St. Mary's in the all-white kits, Severn in the all-maroons. We are just about set to go here at UMBC Stadium, the home of the Retrievers, hosting all 3 championship games today in the MIAA for soccer, the CB and A conferences. As we see the Severn sideline here, there's Mike McCarthy in his 13th season at the helm of this Severn program, looking for a 5th MIAA title as the head man. And on the St. Mary's side, it's Corey Childs. A little bit of different way that he got to be the head of this program in his 6th season. Kind of moved up the ranks from coaching youth soccer in the Annapolis area to getting this job with St. Mary's. And he finally gets St. Mary's to back-to-back championship games for the first time since they won the whole thing back in 2005. They're trying to get their first title now in 17 years. Severn kicks off. We're underway here from UMBC. We thank you so much for joining us. Connor Newcomb and Bob Schreiber here with you for the MIAA B Conference Soccer Championship between St. Mary's and Severn.
One thing right out of the gate, Severn's leading scorer, Davis Caulfield, 25 goals this year. His little brother, Will, a starter for Severn all year, tore his ACL on Tuesday and is obviously not playing today.
Yeah, it's a tough loss for this Severn team, but of course the older brother, Davis, the senior captain of this team, as you mentioned, 25 goals, #7 out there in maroon. He is going to be a difference maker, as he has been all season long, and those 25 goals, that's a new single season program record for Severn. He has been just a menace up top for this Admiral side. Severn on the possession early, and St. Mary's to take it away, but with no numbers, and already the Saints packing the box a little bit defensively as they couldn't even cross the midfield line as it goes back over to Severn. So you see, Bob, already St. Mary's, after giving up 7 goals to this team just 2 weeks ago, a lot of guys back in the box as Severn controlling the possession early.
Well, one thing I know that they'd love to be able to do is hang in there, play this defensive shell, and see if they can't get a breakaway to get their school on board and hold Severn off. They sort of don't want to give up 7 goals again.
Yeah, something that would really change this game is if St. Mary's could get on the score sheet first. They could find the back of the net and take a lead. They can really flip this game on its head. But so far, a couple minutes in, Severn already, the throw-in from a dangerous spot comes in towards the 6-yard box. It's bouncing around in front, and that one will head out for a free kick. They're going to push in the back against the Admirals, and St. Mary's will take it over.
Well, one thing you may not be able to notice it on the film here or on the screen, but this is a very big field. Most high school fields aren't 70 yards wide like this college Division I program soccer field. So that will present both teams with a little bit more space to maneuver. I think we'll have a tendency to see the ball get down the wings a little bit more than they might normally do during a game at their respective home fields.
Yeah, they're getting some nice turf to play on here too. The elements a little bit more of a factor, especially in that last matchup at Severn, where the rain was playing a factor on the grass. But here on the turf field, we got some clouds overhead, but so far no rain on the day. Again, our triple header here in the MIAA Soccer Championships. You had the Gerstle Academy winning 1-0 over Pilati earlier They got a 9th-minute goal and just rolled after that to a 1-0 win to take home the title. Severn and St. Mary's here in the B Conference. Then coming up next, we'll have it for you right here. It's Calvert Hall and John Carroll to crown an A Conference champion later today. Severn on the attack again. Again, the defending champions, 34 wins in a row. Deflected in towards the box, knocked up in the air. Header goes in on goal. Here comes a shot. And it's behind the net.
Sounds like the fans at the other end couldn't see that ball went over the goal. The Severn faithful sitting opposite their bench, which is to our left. St. Mary's is to our right. This is St. Mary's goalie, Eric Chick. Like so many of the players on these both teams, these are multi-sport guys. Eric actually is also a very talented lacrosse player. He's going to college to play lacrosse at Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, he's a top talent on that St. Mary's lacrosse team that had a fantastic season back in the spring, and they'll have one more shot at it this spring as well with this senior group, who a lot of them on this soccer team, as you mentioned. And something you love to see, these guys, you know, even the Division I athletes, still multi-sport athletes and trying to win a title on the pitch today as well. See Amar Yusuf give it off, one of the captains for this Severn side. Yusuf is wearing the armband today, number 10.
Well, you so rightly pointed out, look, there's not one Severn soccer player anywhere near the midline right here.
Yusuf crosses it in right on goal, and Chick fumbles it initially, but no traffic in front of the goal. He's able to scoop it up.
That's Yusuf's second shot. That one was on goal. That other one just went over the top of the cage. Nice play, Chick in the right spot.
And talking with St. Mary's coach Corey Childs this week, and we were talking about Eric Chick and his season, and did say, you know, listen, everybody involved knows that lacrosse is Eric's primary sport, but he's been great in goal this year and almost had to make another save there, if not for his defense. Cole Counts knocking it out, and it's a Severn corner.
These maroon uniforms, they have black numbers. We're up in the booth. They're a little hard to see, but we'll get these guys down as the game progresses.
That was Caulfield there on the shot. They'll play the short corner to Caulfield. He gives it away inside the box now with a left foot. Squeaks on through up top, and that shot is going to sail well wide, and a goal kick coming up for St. Mary's, as it was a little two-man game there between Caden Taylor and Davis Caulfield trying to find the back of the net. So far, I mean, we're looking at right around 90 to 95% possession for Severn in this one through just 6 minutes, Bob, and that's kind of the way things looked in that last matchup. They just haven't really gotten a really good chance on goal yet. This one will roll through. St. Mary's happy to at least advance it past midfield, and right back to the Admirals here. Talked about playing that sideline. Hudson Lamb will cut it back inside. That was sent towards the corner, and Yusuf wasn't quite making that run. Another goal kick for the Saints.
Well, we haven't seen any of the St. Mary's goalie down at the other end of the field. I'm sorry, the Severn goalie at the other end of the field, Will Hudson. Both Chick and Hudson are what I would call atypical looking goalies. They've got length, they're both tall, and so far, Chick's been up to the task.
Jake Kuzinski with the deflection right there, but another chance for Severn.
First corner, they tried a short corner. This one looks like they're going to try to get this into the box. I see no support coming down the side.
This one will be whipped in with a right foot. An in-swinger towards the 6-yard box, and it's headed away in there defensively, and it's cleared well off the line. Cameron Ross was in there. Now a little 1-on-2 break. Got a lot of hand fighting, and flag stayed down, no whistle, and now the flag goes up for offside on that long ball out to Amar Yusuf. He was a little past the back line.
Nice defense by St. Mary's. After that free kick, they moved up the field. Yusuf caught offsides.
Amar Yusuf, a reigning all-conference performer in the MIAA last season, and looking like he might get that award again here as a senior. A 4-year starter for Severn, stepped onto campus as a freshman, immediately won a starting role for this Admirals team, and has been a part of all of those 34 consecutive victories. St. Mary's maybe with a chance to at least possess it on the Severn end here, and they will, to at least give their back line a bit of a break here. Sam Palmisano gives it up. Fed up top, and Severn will clear it away. They were trying to get it to Dylan Sharp. He's been on the ball a little bit. 11 in white for St. Mary's. Another lacrosse Division I commit. He'll actually get to know this field pretty well. He's headed to UMBC to play lacrosse next year. This one's knocked around, and Kuzinski and DiFrancesco will clear it away. Here he is again, Jack DiFrancesco, sophomore in the back for St. Mary's. See, there are two big bodies there, 20 and 25, Kuzinski and Palmisano. Two lacrosse players, two Division I lacrosse commits who have come over to the soccer team and basically brought a lot of physicality. And talking with Coach Childs earlier today, he talked about that, and again, realizes that they are both headed to the next level for lacrosse, but have put all their focus on soccer this fall and have brought a physicality to the back line that the Saints did not have previously. This will be deflected towards Yusuf. He'll calm things down on a Severn possession. Yusuf with a right foot towards the top of the box. It took a slight deflection, and it will go out for a corner. So it was Jack Callahan on defense for St. Mary's that had it clip off the top of his head. So Bob, another corner coming here for the Admirals, and see if they change things up. They played one short and one long so far.
We have two down there near the corner. They're going to play another short.
Off the short corner, towards the top of the box. Shot comes in, deflected down by Callahan. It's still loose, and now it's cleared away.
Nice play by Charlie Roy down there, number 16. Coach Childs has told us he's the guy that they look for to play not just great offense, but quality defense, and he was up to it there.
Yeah, he's the leading scorer, Charlie Roy, the sophomore for this St. Mary's team, but if there's anything going on defensively on his end, he's going to be involved as well. It gets up and down the field routinely. This one into the box. Falls for Yusuf. He gives it up.
Good possession.
Severn pulls it back out and it whips one in the box. That one will be headed away. Aaron Sides got to it, the junior, number 19 in white for St. Mary's, and it'll be out for a Severn throw.
Now on their smaller fields, we'll see on this throw, but on the smaller fields, typically throw-ins will get in almost into the middle of the goal mouth. You'll see this field's a little wider. That one didn't get within 10 yards of the goal mouth.
And it was Palmisano, the senior, who headed it out, and another corner coming for Severn. Fourth corner kick for Severn already in the first 12 minutes, in towards the box, and Chick goes up nicely to spear that one out of the air, and he's going to play this quickly. St. Mary's without numbers, and the Admirals are right there to take it back. But Eric Chick so far up to the task. As he saw with his own eyes the last time the two teams met, he's going to be busy today. And so far, a clean sheet for the senior keeper. Palmisano gives it up. A little bit of possession here for St. Mary's. A little bit of space for the Saints, and they give it away.
He had a guy on his wing. He could have slipped that just a little side pass, and I think it would have been a better decision that time. Tried to go forward.
Play one long here. Palmisano couldn't get his head to it.
There's one coming out to Yusuf. Just being patient.
He's very calm with the ball at his feet. Looking for the right angle to attack in. Yusuf. Extra pass to his left. Roy was there to defend. Yusuf's got it back. Now he'll switch the field for Severn. Cross into the box. Headed up in the air. This one's still loose. Severn still on it, looking for the bicycle kick across the mouth of goal, and it's going to be knocked away. Eric Chick playing it safe right there, and another Severn corner.
I think that ball would have gone into the goal. Look at this play. Beautiful bicycle by Caulfield. That ball looked like it had a chance to go in.
Yeah, that was
nice
good.
play by Chick.
It's going to be close. It was headed near the post, and you're not sure if he doesn't touch that one if it goes in. So Chick knocks it out. And another corner, Caden Taylor will take it. It's an out-swinging ball. That's headed towards the goal mouth and over top the crossbar. A goal kick coming.
Well, the pressure's been pretty consistent for the Admirals down on this goal. St. Mary's is content to get into a big defensive shell, try to keep this at bay and hope to get something possibly on a quick out after a defensive save by Chick. Maybe they can get something started at the other end.
Wilson Wood is in for St. Mary's, the junior number 9 in white. Spells Cameron Ross up top for the Saints. He's been moving around, going 1-on-2 a few times. And Severn right back on the ball. In towards the top of the box. Try to swing one in. Good defending from the Saints. Just nobody up top when they clear the ball away. It's Aiden Sidesman, another nice play. Trying to find Sharp. Dylan Sharp will keep it in. And Sharp wins the throw for St. Mary's. See if they can get a little sustained possession down here.
As you said, Sharp be very comfortable on this field, coming to UMBC to play lacrosse.
DeFrancesca will take the throw towards the top of the box. Falls here, ball pinballing around, and it will be cleared away. A couple of guys took one off the face right there. But now Severn can run on the outside. Amar Youssef does not have numbers, but he's got the ball at his feet.
1-on-6.
Yeah, Kuzinski was there. Youssef still able to win a corner despite going 1-on-6.
He needs some support from behind him that time. He's left all alone down there playing offense, but he did draw a corner. Nice play by Youssef.
6th corner of the day for Severn already. Caden Taylor will take it again with a right foot. Outswinger, and that is off the head of Caulfield, and that ball kind of played him more than he played it, and it's out for a St. Mary's throw. You can see how Caulfield, though, has those 25 goals this year. He was on the bicycle kick. He was on the end of that corner with his head. He's kind of always in a goal-scoring spot. And he's just gotten better and better as another 4-year starter on this Severn team. You know, it was interesting, this team didn't get to play a whole lot, obviously, back in 2020. And in 2019, they were very young. But a good amount of their senior class has been on this varsity team since they were freshmen. They've really built up from being a young team to a very veteran team that's looking now for 2 straight conference titles. That building has all been done under Mike McCarthy, who's obviously gone through multiple sets of players here in his 13th season. Youssef, oh, nice inside-out move. Feeds into the box, across the front of goal, and Severn is in there first. Who else but Caulfield?
Beautiful pass by Youssef. He's got the defense collapsing into the middle of the field. He dumps it out to the wing. I couldn't see who was distributed that across. Caulfield on the back post for a relatively easy finish. Great play by the Admirals.
Davis Caulfield with goal number 26 on the season. A single season Severn record, and that was a great feed across goal from Andrew Beard on the assist.
Beautiful. Covered that back post. Andrew Beard, another one of these guys. We hate to keep saying it, but he's also a lacrosse player. He's going to Penn State University to play lacrosse. But it's honestly great to see these kids playing multiple sports. I think we'll see a little bit more pure soccer players in the championship of the A conference. But in the B conference, the schools are a little smaller and they need kids to be playing multiple sports.
And it was
for you young guys watching, I hope you're listening to some of that. College coaches in whatever sport, they love to see and recruit kids that play multiple sports.
So Beard gets the assist, Caulfield gets the goal number 26, and the hockey assist goes to Amar Youssef, who sent that beautiful ball into the box to the foot of Beard, and that was just a great combination play from Severn to take the 1-0 lead here. So we're ticking down near Halfway through our first half of play at UMBC Stadium in our B Conference Championship game. A rematch of last year's final, which was a 2-0 win for Severn in that one over St. Mary's when they took home the crown last season. It was their first since 2016. Under Mike McCarthy, he had a three-peat from 2014 to 16, B titles for Severn. Then took a little bit of a break from taking home the crown. Now winning again last year. That shot's going to go wide, but another chance for Beard. He was trying to get a goal of his own.
Severn this year has outscored their opponents 85-10. That's pretty remarkable. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 5+ goals a game and less than 1 given up a game. Remarkable.
Yeah, they just have rolled through the B Conference. Again, have not lost this season. Haven't even come home with a draw. The 34-game winning streak. Again, it was early last season. One of their first couple games. They played Archbishop Spalding out of the A Conference and lost to them last August. They have not lost since. As a clearance attempt there from Cameron Ross. He went down.
Ref's letting them play for sure. Might have been an infraction against Severn on that play. Ref's letting them play.
Looking for Caulfield over top. He didn't quite have the angle to run that one down, and he's the one who boots it out of play. St. Mary's will try to take a quick throw. Didn't have numbers down the field, but they'll try to find Wilson Wood. And Wood just could not get there. Alan Chemerliski, strong play from him, one of the other captains, 8 in maroon for this side. Now it's Matthew Soteropoulos. Towards Caulfield. Couldn't quite get to him. That'll be cleared away. More good defending from Ross. Lamb. Hudson Lamb towards the corner of the box. Keeps it alive. Cross with the left foot. Tries to get it across the field to Yusuf. Yusuf try to split the double team, and St. Mary's clears. See the center back there for Severn. That's KJ Lloyd. Kind of the heart and soul, the voice of this team. That's what Mike McCarthy, their head coach, said this week. And he's not going to get a lot of the praise for this side because they're scoring so many goals, especially with Caulfield up top with now 26. But he's who makes them tick as he wears the armband as well and has it on his foot right now.
Great size, KJ. You noticed on that last play, he was a head above the St. Mary's centerman and kind of got to that high ball pretty easily.
Yeah, the offense is what is the show for them, but you just mentioned it, Bob. They've only given up 10 goals this year, and KJ Lloyd a big reason why, the senior in the back who transferred into this Severn program last season, and now his second year as a starter at center back for the Admirals.
Another lacrosse player headed to Bryant next year.
Just another guy with physicality in the back. He's got the soccer smarts, knows where to distribute, and is kind of that last line of defense.
There's one of those throws I was talking about. St. Mary's did a great job getting that ball almost into the box from a pretty far way out. See if that doesn't, if they can't get another opportunity down on one of these wings for a good long throw in.
Yeah, maybe energizes them on the offensive side a little bit, but an overlapping run here, a little miscommunication, mistiming there. And a foul against Severn.
We haven't heard too many whistles.
No, the play hasn't stopped very much. I mean, we haven't been anywhere close to anyone seeing a card yet in this one. We've seen a good amount of corner kicks, all from Severn, and they've got the goal so far. It was Davis Caulfield who put it home. 17th minute of this one. Severn just completely dominant in the shots category. They've got all 6 of them so far, and they've got the goal.
Nice tackle, number 3, JD, Lygamelli. Nice play.
He's going to be one of the smaller guys on the field like Amelli, but Coach Childs talked about his composure despite the fact that he said he's generally going against someone bigger than him every time he steps on the field, and it does not faze him. See if he can be a factor here. The Saints ready to make a couple of substitutions at their next whistle. And Severn ready to make a change right along with him. Throw comes into the box, popped up in the air. Pinballing around again at the top of the box, and Severn controls it. Caulfield, top right corner. Nice move, right-footed cross, and another corner coming. That's the 7th of the day for Severn, and now we'll get the changes here.
Well, Taylor's coming down to take another corner, number 5. They've tried the short corner a couple times, but anytime they've elected not to use that, Caden Taylor's the man with the ball.
2 changes for the Saints, 1 for Severn. Alec Ehrenfried is in for St. Mary's, number 10 in white. He's got some good size here inside the box. An outswinger from the right foot, and it goes over top of the head of Andrew Beard. Admirals keep it though. Taylor towards a corner for Caulfield. Little bit of a miscommunication, and a goal kick coming.
Caulfield didn't present himself well. I think he hoped that Taylor was going to give him that with the defender. Caulfield had that defender pinned on his back, but he put it to space and Caulfield couldn't get there.
So despite Severn dominating the play, St. Mary's has kind of survived the wave that they got from Severn in the last meeting in the 7-1 loss, but we'll see if they can continue to do it. Caulfield in towards the box, nice tackle there, pretty clean from Kuzinski, but another corner, that's the 8th.
Well, one thing Severn could take a little bit more advantage of, and it's how they got their first goal. St. Mary's is so confined, almost covering the goal mouth, so a lot of the opening is out on the wings. If they could get somebody to overlap like they did on their one goal, that guy will have a lot of opportunity to get the ball to the near far post.
The junior, Caden Taylor, takes another corner. This one much lower. They got to head to it this time, and it's over top the crossbar. Got it over to Matt Soteropoulos, but he couldn't put it on frame. Flying in for that one, just a little high and a little wide.
Matt got up in the air pretty nicely. Just couldn't get it down into the goal mouth. They've had about 4 or 5 decent opportunities that they've shot over the goal.
Severn gets ahead to it first. Nick Melfi, who was the other substitution, the substitution who came in for the Admirals at that last stoppage, the sophomore, number 6 out there. And it'll be a St. Mary's throw. If they can just shoulder this load a little bit longer, and even if they don't get a goal here, you know, if they could maintain 30, 45, maybe 60 seconds of possession to just build some confidence on this end. Throw comes in towards the box.
Cameron Ross, he can deliver it in there if he's down a little bit lower, you know, on the pitch, down on the end line. He could make some dangerous stuff by getting one of those throws into the box.
Here is Ross, goes with a left foot. That's deflected right out of bounds. Another St. Mary's throw, and at the very least for the Saints here, maybe the longest they've controlled possession.
And he's a little lower now. He's got some size in there, number 10.
Ross,
who he's thrown the ball to. Nicely done.
Deflects towards the top of the box. I think that got a hand. It did. It was DiFrancesca who had it bounce off his fingertips and back over to Severn. But you see the throw here, Bob, on the replay. I mean, they're at least setting up a couple of chances maybe the last couple minutes.
Yeah.
DiFrancesca a little frustrated that that one came off, but
yeah, Aaron Freed got a head on that ball. He couldn't control it. They got some size on the back line, especially when it gets close. Severn does some size. We talked about KJ. Talked about the size of KJ Lloyd. you know, they can drop Yusuf down into the box to get some more size down there when they're in those defensive possessions.
You can just tell from here, you know, St. Mary's, they're going to take their chances, but generally they're trying to pack it in a little bit as Lloyd was just settled and waiting for anyone to come challenge him for the ball. Nice job by Sides to take this one away. Soteropoulos knocks it up in the air. Maybe a chance for Sharp. Aaron Freed.
Nice hustle, Aaron Freed. There's that ball getting outside. They could get some overlap here, might be able to get something.
Clean tackle from St. Mary's, and that one to no one in particular. You feel like some of these balls that the backers for St. Mary's, they'd be working, you know, if they were pushing a little more forward, but because the team is kind of set up pretty much exclusively in their own half, any ball they try to play down the field is generally just right at a Severn defender. Here's Yusuf into the box, controlling it well. Yusuf on the right foot, took a deflection, and it will be just a throw. That was some strong defending from Sharp. And you look at Sharp right here on the replay. Him versus Yusuf, just got the last foot in there at a perfect time and got a little lucky. Didn't go out for a corner, just going to be a long throw. It's going to be a throw here for Soteropoulos.
See, Soteropoulos, he played it short to Yusuf, and that's certainly a play. Yusuf, that ball went right to his feet, and then Soteropoulos came in behind him and was open. Quality defense by the Saints.
Yeah,
goal kick.
Yeah, they were having a conversation. It was kind of an interesting deflection where the ball came off of Yusuf, then back off of Soteropoulos. Kind of at the same time it hit the defender, but it looked like it took off Soteropoulos' foot last, so it will be a goal kick. And it's right back to the Admirals. Trying to play one through, and just a throw coming for Mar Yusuf.
Well, when you're packed in as tight as the Saints are, when they do get the ball back, they're really basically forced to just try to get it as far up the field as they can so that they can kind of reshape themselves. What a save.
Great save.
Gosh, beautiful save by Chick.
Eric Chick keeping
Awesome.
Severn off the board right there. He's got his third save, and that one sparkling right there from the senior keeper.
Wow.
It's a great look at it. Full extension, just enough power on the fingertips to direct it around the post. But another Severn corner coming towards the box. It's headed across goal, and the touch last was by St. Mary's, so a corner coming in the opposite direction here.
Well, on these corners from this right-hand side, Taylor comes down and takes them, and they're out swingers. I couldn't see the number on the corner kick from the other side. It's an in-swinger.
10th corner now. Taylor floats one, Chick goes up, punches it into the air, and flag goes up.
Yeah, they call it goalie interference. They're always going to side with protecting the goalie, and rightfully so. Watch.
And he
wasn't much of a contact, but he did touch him just a little bit.
Chick deserves as well the benefit of the doubt after that incredible save that he made to keep this from being a 2-0 game right now. Nice looking tackle there. Just mano-a-mano. And Severn got it back momentarily.
Good talk. You had time to bring it down, Aaron Freed.
Just couldn't quite corral it though. But Aaron Freed, nice little back check right there on the tackle. Severn though back in possession. And Paul Masano will turn, scoop that one out. Jamaliski had a chance to head towards goal. The Admirals right back in possession. Drop it back to Lloyd. Taylor up the field. Gives it towards Fritz Reed, who's into the game.
Taylor has an opportunity there to overlap onto the outside.
And a little too much on the extended arm there from Sam Palmisano, the senior. And this is our first real free kick in any kind of dangerous position for either team today.
And it looks like Taylor's going to be the man on it.
So he could go from goal here.
He's got somebody right in the middle of the field at the top of the box, not being covered. He might be able to, now they're coming down to cover him.
Let's see what Taylor does. He'll cross it in, and it's headed back where it came from, although I think it was an Admiral who got ahead on it, just didn't direct it on goal. And St. Mary's survives that set piece. Every time St. Mary's feels they have the ball cleared, it's just coming right back at them. Knocked towards the corner with good speed. Oh, and a little bit of a shove there, and once again, that time it was Kuzinski. The last one was Palmisano, and I think St. Mary's lucky it wasn't the same guy twice. You may have seen a yellow card if that was the case.
Beard's got nice speed. He got to that ball very quickly. We're going to get another free kick, and there's Taylor again. Taylor's had about 10 of these, if you count his corner kicks.
Yeah, he's starting to get tired off the set pieces here. This is just a shorter corner from a better angle here for their junior, Caden Taylor. A whip one lower to the ground, had a man open in front of goal, and his shot goes home. Number 2 for Severn today. They've doubled their lead, and it's Nick Melfi.
Just a sophomore. Nice moment for Nick. Well, you keep getting that ball inside the box. How many times has it been in there today? Probably close to 20. You know, sometimes the ball's just going to be bouncing around too much, and this is the case here. Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, nice strike of the ball there on the deflection. And Melfi, who for this Severn team did not start this game, but has come off the bench and scored. And it's a 2-0 lead for Severn late in the first half.
Good.
It's actually Chamaliski who had the first opportunity right off the free kick, but ball was just a kind of a tough height for him, so kind of hit him in the hip, deflected away off a St. Mary's defender, and then Melfi was there to put it away.
Yeah, that play happened so quickly. If goaltender Chick had the opportunity, it was going on so fast, he could have asked that guy to let that ball go through to him, because he wasn't very far away from it.
Yeah, he was there, but you know, it's far too quick to make that call, make that reaction, and a defender's just doing his job trying to deflect it away, and unfortunately, just a bad deflection right to Melfi, and he did his job. The sophomore, biggest moment of his Severn career so far, doubles their lead here in the title game.
Did see Julian Dominic, who was the athletic director at Severn, right before the game started. And I said, gee whiz, you guys have had such an incredible 2-year run. And he goes, you know, they haven't been tested, Severn hasn't, according to Julian, really that much in the last couple years. And that's a product of, you know, for lack of a better description, Severn's probably a B+ soccer team in many respects, as opposed to a B team. You know, they're the best team in the B, but they're not quite capable of competing at the A level. I work at Boys Latin, and Boys Latin's found that to be the case in their program. They've been playing A conference soccer for a couple years without any success, and have elected to go down next year to play in the B conference. And we'll see if they can't give the Little Admirals a run for their money, along with Severn, Indian Creek, Friends, Park.
Yeah, those schools will all get to see Boys Latin next year. We've got a throw coming here for Severn, 4 minutes left in the first half. And what a run they are on. Again, we've mentioned it a couple times, but they're on a 34-game winning streak. Won the title last year, beat this St. Mary's team by this scoreline, 2-0 in the final. Yusuf trying to bring it down. They couldn't get the clearance right. A couple of nice moves, and Severn keeps the possession.
Well, Yusuf started over here on this right wing. They moved him outside to the left. He's just capable of pretty much being anywhere on the field and having an impact wherever he is.
He's got good ball skills with the ball at his foot, and he's physical, so he's kind of that perfect combination for a forward with the size he's got as well. Goes over the top. Yusuf with a header. Sides brings it down, and more skill from Melfi, who had the second goal. He gives it away, though, and maybe an opening for St. Mary's. Here's Dylan Sharp, and for the first time, they've got at least even numbers heading up the field. Sharp feeds it back. Paul Masano. Paul Masano was going to let one go, but right into the turf and deflected over to Yusuf. Now Severn maybe with numbers. Did he stay onside? He did not. Good call, Bob. You saw it immediately as the flag goes up.
Again, nice defensive really by St. Mary's. They've been down on defense. Look at the guys playing defense. 19 for the Saints. Aaron Sides got his hands on his hip. They're tired, but they hustled up the field to trap Severn offsides there. Great hustle.
Yeah, it's all about, you know, working as a unit defensively, especially when you're pushed that far up the field, to keep those guys off sides, because, you know, really if you're moving as one, you can play as far up the field as you want.
Requires an awful lot of communication and effort, quite honestly.
Yeah, but as soon as one of your teammates drops back just a little bit, you know, you get a lot of 2-on-1s that way. So handball against St. Mary's, and 2 minutes left in the half. Severn, another free kick just inside the midfield line. So they'll push for potentially one more. You're down 2 at the half. You know, you still feel like you're in striking distance, but Severn could get a third right here. That's really going to squash a lot of potential St. Mary's momentum.
He's got Beard out here. KJ Lloyd does, with some space, but he's going to put this thing into the box.
Just looking for Yusuf. Yusuf didn't quite run onto it. Admirals, though, they will keep it. Melfi couldn't quite bring it in. Soteropoulos now. Just over a minute to go in the half. Back towards Taylor. Just waiting for the pressure to come, and hasn't really when they've had the ball on this side. So Severn able to set things up with a minute to go in the half. They'll play one long, looking for Fritz Reed off his head towards the sideline, and St. Mary's touched it last. DeFrancesca couldn't keep it in. 45 seconds now for the Admirals. See if Soteropoulos goes for the long throw, or he plays it back to Taylor here. Taylor with a right foot, looking for Yusuf. Yusuf gets his head to it, but couldn't deflect it any further. Chick, thinking it's off St. Mary's, is running it down, or maybe just wanted to get that ball as quick as possible with 20 seconds left. And they will try to advance it upfield maybe one last time. Although so with 3 seconds and 2, that'll take us to halftime. Strong 40 minutes here for Severn. They get 2 goals, one from their leading scorer, Davis Caulfield, one from a lesser-known scorer in Nick Melfi, and they lead St. Mary's 2-0 coming up at the half. Bob Schreiber talking with Paul Bernstorff at halftime here of our B Conference Championship game between Severn and St. Mary's. Bob, it was a lot of Severn possession in that first half.
Well, you picked it, I think, in the first minute. You noticed that St. Mary's was very intent on packing it in defensively and trying to prevent any score. Unfortunately, they gave up 2 goals.
2-0 Severn as we hit the half.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 40 MPG RAV4 hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR. Or take 3.49% financing on a 36 MPG Highlander hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
At Driven, we are members only. Being a member means you've joined the Driven family. Change the way you travel with private, safe, reliable, transaction-free transportation handled start to finish by your customer care representative. Enjoy the luxury and convenience of transportation, whether ground, air, or sea. Visit us at drivenmembers.com. Driven. Members only.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
The comment about you're in it for the kids is perfect.
Are you guys good with that?
Yeah, I thought it went good.
I thought it was good.
No, he got. Make me sound. Hi, this is Bob Shriver at halftime with the Executive Director of MIAA, Paul Bernstorff. Paul, in our background is the Pilati Gerstel Academy C Conference game, and we're obviously doing the B and the A Conference here on Legendary Sports Group TV. How's it going so far?
It's going great. We're thrilled to be partnering with you guys. It's a great venue today. We've got 6 great teams coming in for 3 championship games. It should be a lot of fun today.
Well, I know you've been on this job now for 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. You have a long career as a coach and athletic director at St. Paul School, coached baseball and football, and now athletic director for over 20 years. How did you decide to jump into this fray?
Well, I was kind of winding down my administrative career and was kind of looking for something to do part-time and still stay involved in athletics. I love trying to help kids, so I thought it would be a great opportunity to the MIA job opened up, so I said I'll apply, see what happens, and still work with kids and great ADs.
Well, the one thing I think personally of being in the MIAA for so many years is it's great to have a person that's so vested, if you will, in MIAA sports as you are.
Absolutely. It's education-based athletics, and we got great kids, and we're just trying to teach them the lessons they're going to carry the rest of their lives. It's really special.
Well, this is your first playoff game. I guess you have football coming up, and then in the winter there'll be some wrestling and other events. How are all the fall playoffs going so far?
Going so far. We've got 3 done. We finished water polo, volleyball, and cross country, so we're moving on as quick as we can.
Well, it's been great having you as part of this event, and we really appreciate everything you're doing for the MIAA.
Well, we appreciate everything Legendary Sports is doing for us. Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it.
Great.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling car brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 46 mpg Camry Hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR, or take 3.49% financing on an impressive 52 mpg Corolla Hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
Kelly Benefits helps employers and employees save time, money, and hassle in navigating the intricacies of insurance, benefits, and payroll challenges. Kelly Benefits is pleased to be the title sponsor of the legendary sports group MIAA Lacrosse Game of the Week. Visit kellybenefits.com to put our people, technology, and solutions to work for you.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. Choose a Tacoma right now with low 3.49% APR, or take 4.29% financing on the all-new Tundra. Or check out a 4Runner with the best resale value of any off-road SUV for '22, according to Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
Back here for the second half of our MIAA B Conference Championship game. Connor Newcomb and Bob Shriver here with you. Severn with a 2-0 lead over St. Mary's through 40 minutes of play. Looking at that first half, and Bob, it was all Severn. Chances, goals, if not for a great save, could be 3-0, but they dominated those first 40 minutes.
They certainly did, but that's part of the strategy that St. Mary's is employing. They're trying to pack them in defensively and hope that they can maybe get a quick counter at the other end. But look at that save Chick made. He's been under siege the whole first half. And this is just a tough break, but when you have the ball in the box so many times, eventually one of those is going to happen. Decent defense, but the loose ball bounced right there into the Severn player's foot, and he quickly put it in the back of the cage.
So the 2-0 lead for Severn here as we start the second half. Looking to make it 35 wins in a row are the Admirals, and back-to-back MIAA B Conference titles here in soccer after winning it all last year. Beat this St. Mary's team by this 2-0 score in the championship game a year ago. And they're looking to add on to more than just 2-0 here as we start this second half. Severn in the maroon, St. Mary's in the all-white kits. And the Admirals starting with possession with Amar Youssef. Youssef plays it in with a left foot, and it's more of a tweener there. Not exactly a great cross and not a shot on goal either, and a goal kick for St. Mary's.
Well, I think what St. Mary's will see, we don't know yet, but what they're probably will do, I'm guessing, is they'll keep that defensive shell idea going for about another 10, maybe 15 minutes maximum, and then they're going to have to try to open the field up a little bit to see if they can't get back into this game.
Yeah, you would think the perfect scenario for him, and what was the goal from the beginning, like you talked about, looking for, you know, packing it in a little bit and getting that breakaway goal. Now, if they can still get that and make it 2-1, maybe they can stick with their plan. But if this remains 2-0 or even gets to 3-0 here, they're going to have to open things up. It's been tough to score on Severn this year. They've allowed just 10 goals all season. St. Mary's is going to need 2 in 40 minutes. Once again, just like the first half, it's the Admirals all over it possession-wise. Swing it off here to Cole Kiefer. Taken away by Caulfield. He had the first goal in half number 1. Now a fight down the sideline, and a little bit of extension of the arm from Cole Kiefer, the senior. And it'll go back over here to St. Mary's. A fight right there with Jack Callahan.
Good, strong physical play, both kids. Kiefer's guilty of an infraction. He's another one of those multi-sport kids going to Franklin and Marshall to play lacrosse.
So it'll come down the field, and there's Eric Chick. We saw that fantastic save he made in the first half and had a handful of them to keep this game at 2-0. 3 saves in total, but the other 2, nothing close in terms of what he did, and that diving stop would have been an incredible goal from outside the box. Instead, he kept the score at 1-0 when he did just that, and Chick's trying to keep him in the game. As St. Mary's will clear it away. The Admirals here with a 2-0 lead. Oh, heading over the advertisements there at midfield is Youssef. He's been one of the most important players today and all season for Severn, but he seems to be okay. As our first half stats presented by CFG Bank, and you can just see the dominance by Severn throughout that first half. All 10 corners. They had all 5 shots on goal, and it was just all Severn, and it's continuing here in half number 2.
One stat that was a positive stat for St. Mary's is they trapped Severn offsides 3 times in that first half, but as you said, it's pretty much been all Admirals so far in this contest. But I think also, as you said, Connor, earlier, that's by design. St. Mary's is intent on packing it in defensively and hoping that they can get a quick counter that didn't transpire in that first half.
No, the clock's not moving.
They're certainly going to need to make something happen here. They don't want to let too much of this game, this second half, go before they going to have to change their strategy and create some offense. It's still 36 minutes, plenty of time, but eventually, if the score stays the same for another 10 minutes or so, they're going to have to start opening up.
Yeah, they've opened up a little bit so far in these first 4 minutes or so of the second half, but in comes Severn again. They're inside the box. They have another potential chance. Ball being knocked around. Caulfield tries a shot. It deflects down. Still loose in the box. Severn still on it. Over to Youssef now. Youssef on the right foot. Tries a shot. Kick save by Chick. His 4th of the day. Keeps Severn off the scoreboard again, and it's cleared away where KJ Lloyd will send it back towards the box.
That ball gotten past Lloyd, Saints would have had exactly what they've been trying to get this whole game so far, and that's one of those quick counters.
Here's Yusuf. Plays it through. Great ball towards the corner. Here comes a cross and just hit it off the side of the foot a little too much, and a goal kick for St. Mary's as they continue to defend here.
As you see the Cardinals down there getting ready to play. We'll start loosening up here in a couple minutes for the A-Conference final. We'll follow this game.
It's Calvert Hall and John Carroll, the top 2 seeds, the MIAA A-Conference standings this year. Calvert Hall and John Carroll up next. Calvert Hall, similar to Severn, unbeaten, although Calvert Hall has one, you could say, mini blemish on the record. They do have one tie. It was back in September, and it was actually against John Carroll. It was a 3-3 draw. That is the only time that Calvert Hall has not come away with a victory this year, and those two teams will match up again in the A-Conference final later today. Looking at around a 5:30 start for that one. Right back here, you can join us for those two sides, and just like Severn is this year, it's Calvert Hall looking to make it back-to-back titles. And Yusuf is now in. Yusuf with some numbers into the box, tries a shot with a right foot. It just goes across the face of goal. Couldn't quite get it on the frame.
And Caulfield couldn't get to that back post quick enough to just tap that in. Yusuf's had 2 really good chances from a bad angle over on that right wing. The one that he had right before that, Chick was up to the task, and that one it just went wide.
Cleared down the field. St. Mary's trying to run after it. Cameron Ross, 4-year starter up top for St. Mary's, and he got his foot in there a little late. Ross, the second leading goal scorer on this St. Mary's team behind Charlie Roy.
St. Mary's coach Corey Childs in his 6th season played soccer here at UMBC after a wonderful high school career at Broadneck. And as you mentioned before the start of this game, Corey's been working with youth soccer for a number of years down in the Annapolis area, and then he's been now in his 6th season as the Saints head coach.
You know, wasn't a guy who was, you know, an assistant at another MIAA school or had even played at one of the MIAA schools. Just St. Mary's felt he was the right fit to kind of get them back to what they had been in the mid-2000s when they were, you know, more regularly competing to get to this game. And all of a sudden in his 5th season, really his 4th full season, he gets them back to the title game. Last year they fall short, but he gets the Saints right back here in 2022. And they're going to need a push to come home with their first title since 2005, but he's gotten them to this game.
Well, it would appear that the St. Mary's has maybe 1 or 2 guys on their team that I would classify as kind of pure soccer players. Severn probably has a few more. Davis Caulfield, 25 goals this year. He's a skilled guy. His little brother, unfortunately, hurt his ACL earlier this week, and he's not playing. And he's also a very gifted player, just a sophomore. But I'd say St. Mary's is a very typical B-Conference soccer team. They're athletic. They got good size, but, you know, they're maybe playing another sport, and then soccer is a secondary sport for them. That's okay.
Maybe a chance for St. Mary's here. Could be their first of the day. Off to Roy. Roy with a left foot. Tries to feed it through. And a great stop made right there by KJ Lloyd.
Well, Roy's the goal scorer that got him into this game. He's a left-footed guy, and he wasn't comfortable getting that over on his right foot. He might have had a good shot there. He was intent to try to pass that through. See, he's moving back to his strong foot, and the ball never got through.
If that does sneak through Lloyd, they had a striker on the other side. Looked like Ross was ready to slot that one home and make this a very different game right here early in the second half. But really for St. Mary's, you know, their first real chance. I mean, we still haven't seen Will Hudson in goal for Severn even touch the ball, but it was at least in his box really for the first time today right there.
You wonder, it's so hard. Fortunately for these guys today, they're playing at a beautiful night in November. It's 70 degrees at game time. He's extremely lucky that it's not colder where it would be very hard for him to stay warm. As you said, he has not had one opportunity to put his hands on the ball short of putting the ball down for a goal kick.
And I'm sure he's fine with that. If that's how his afternoon ends over the next 30 minutes, he'll be perfectly fine, not doing much, at least in this one, and lifting the trophy. But Hudson's made some great saves, some great plays all year for Severn. And it was interesting talking to Coach Mike McCarthy this week, because he basically talked about the fact that, you know, Hudson has all the skills, all the attributes, but he did mention that there have been some games this year like this where he's just back there and he's not tested, and yet when he does get tested, he has the skills where Coach McCarthy believes that he is going to be a Division I soccer goalie. And, you know, maybe some games he just doesn't get a chance to show it off because his team on the field is just dominating the possession so much. A little bit of a mishit there towards the top of the box. St. Mary's looking to clear. Ross in a fight for it and wins the throw. The way St. Mary's got here, they had not allowed a goal in the playoffs until today. It was a 4-0 win over the Friends School in the quarterfinals, and then a 1-0 win on the road at the Park School on Thursday to get here to the final. Maybe another chance here. Here's Roy into the box again. St. Mary's looking better in the second half. Cross comes, and that shot way over the goal from the sophomore Alec Ehrenfried.
Nice play by Charlie Roy there, just a sophomore. We mentioned his strong foot is his left. He gets this ball, makes a really nice cross over towards that far post. Ehrenfried was unable to get that ball down on cage.
Yeah, that one pop up off his foot, tried to one-time it out of the air, and well, at least in the last couple minutes, a couple good chances for St. Mary's. Now a little bit of a giveaway here. Here comes a shot. That's their first on goal of the day for St. Mary's. It's Wilson Wood, and a pretty easy save for Will Hudson. We talked about him not being tested yet. Well, he passes the first one of the day. But just a little more energy here from St. Mary's in the second half. It's what I'm sure Coach Childs and the Saints want to see. Can it lead to a goal and then two? That's what they need here with 27 minutes to play. Yusuf splitting two defenders. Yusuf into the box, moving right, still on possession, crosses it in! Oh, it was beautiful from Yusuf, and it was finished off. It is 3-0 Severn.
Well, Yusuf is obviously a load. Watch this. He's actually in between three guys. He pushes that ball to his outside right foot, gets down to the touch line, and makes a beautiful cross to the far post for an easy finish, much like their first goal. Watch this, in between three guys. Gets this ball down on the touch line, beautiful cross. Chick was unable to get to that ball, and Caulfield there. Look at Severn, crashes in from the far post, and a very simple finish for his second tally.
Yeah, it was actually Kiefer that got it there, Bob. They were both in the area, Caulfield and Kiefer just got his foot on it before Caulfield could. It was basically whoever was going to touch it first was going to score, and the senior Cole Kiefer gets the goal to make it 3-0 Severn. That's going to make it a whole lot harder for St. Mary's here with 26 minutes to play in this one.
And now they're going to open up their offense, which is going to give Severn opportunities for those very good counters, although that was a lot of great individual play by Yusuf.
Yeah, Amar Yusuf gets the assist. Again, Cole Kiefer with the goal, 3-0 Severn. And again, things have opened up a little bit more for St. Mary's in the second half, but couldn't turn that one into a chance. We'll see how much pushing forward leads to things opening up in the back. It's kind of what happened in the last meeting. Again, final regular season game. It was senior day for Severn a couple weeks back, and it was a 7-1 win for the Admirals over St. Mary's in the regular season finale. Severn also won at St. Mary's earlier in the year, but that was a 2-1 victory of the much closer variety. Throw here coming for Charlie Roy and the Saints, an all-conference performer last year as a freshman, and certainly is going to get those honors again here in his sophomore season.
Sam Palmisano, he can get this ball into the middle of the box. He's got a huge throw. Didn't get all of that.
Brought down, though, Aaron Freed. Sends it towards the middle of the box. And first corner of the day coming here for the St. Mary's Saints. So maybe a chance here as Roy is going to go over and take it. And the one thing that could get them back in this one would be answering this quickly to that Severn third goal and getting on the board.
Number 10 for the Saints, Aaron Freed, has had a nice game today. He's got good size. He's just a sophomore. He's been involved.
Roy plays it in. The header from Severn, and it'll go right back over to Roy. He'll take another corner. He's going to try to in-swing this one once again. The John Carroll Patriots are behind the goal right now, getting ready for their A-Conference final. Watching this one intently. Here's another in-swinger. Hudson comes out with a punch to the top of the box. The goal's vacated, but the shot blocked down. And a swing and a miss there on the clearance attempt. It'll be a throw for St. Mary's. So the Saints looking better and better, but is it too little too late with the 3-goal deficit here? So they'll try for the long throw with Cameron Ross.
There's one into the middle of the box.
It's a good long throw. Kuzinski after it. Couldn't get there. Caulfield the other way. Kuzinski gives him a little bit of a shove. Referee says play on. Caulfield gives it up, and now they'll get the whistle.
Nice decision by the referee. Severn had an opportunity for a breakaway on that penalty. He waited to call it. Once they lost possession, he blew his whistle. They're going to get this free kick right in front of us. Alex Musog.
Musog with a right foot. Way off his line is Chick. He leaves the goal right open. Bicycle attempt, and it's headed off the line. Still loose for Caulfield. Left-handed shot, and somehow Eric Chick ended up with that ball in his hands. I do not know how, but he gets a save on that one. That was some dangerous, dangerous goalkeeping, Bob, but he kept it out of the back of the net. Now can it spark the Saints a little bit? Roy did not play the run. Instead, he's clipped from behind by Caulfield, and a card's coming out. Yellow card shown to Davis Caulfield, their leading scorer, who had the opening goal for Severn. Here's that crazy sequence from the other end, Bob.
Look at how far out Chick is. You know, the age-old line. He who hesitates is lost. Chick decided to take that upon himself. He was a little late getting out there, but look, great recovery by him. Good defense by his line mates, and he was able to get that ball back.
Sides will send this one in with a right foot. Headed into the box. Palmisano. And that one is rocketed out of play. I mean, KJ Lloyd got all of that one. I might have left the stadium entirely. And it will be a corner for St. Mary's.
Be an outswinger. Roy, all left-footed. We've seen he's had the ball on his foot a bunch here in the second half. This will be an outswinger.
It's a corner from Roy. Kuzinski up. It's back at his feet. He tries to shoot. He just mishit it. That was the best chance if Kuzinski connects with that one for St. Mary's all day.
Yeah, you get that ball in the box. It starts bouncing around. Kuzinski just couldn't get his foot on it. Ah, too bad.
They had it right in front. It's got to feel better for St. Mary's here. They've really controlled the possession even more so than Severn over the last 5 minutes or so. Really, since that third goal, the game has swung a little bit. Comes down in the box, turnaround shot attempt that's well wide. St. Mary's going to run it down. Double team in the corner, and it ends with another corner kick.
Now this will be the Kuzinski in-swinger. This is our fourth one of this half.
And Roy will take it again. Might play it short here. Aaron Sides is racing in. He draws a defender at least. Now Roy, in-swinger with a left foot. Headed towards the top of the box. And Nick Melfi, who's had the second goal for Severn, there to clear it. Roy, did he stay onside? No, he did not. Flag is up for offside against Charlie Roy.
And give Severn credit for hustling up the field. Roy's a little late getting off that end line after that corner kick and was offsides. There's so many people think that sports in general, you gotta hustle to play defense. Well, you also have to hustle to play offense. And Roy's a little, I think he's a little tired this half. He's had the ball on his foot a bunch, but he didn't get back up the field soon enough.
St. Mary's has it back. Much better possession the last 5 or 10 minutes. But Severn can maybe break. They don't exactly have numbers here for Andrew Beard. That's not stopping him at the moment. Beard into the box. Beard crosses it in, sides there and knock it down, and he'll clear it only as far as Cole Kiefer, the last goal scorer, whips one in, and Chick there to handle it. Field starting to really darken here at UMBC Stadium with daylight saving time today. We've lost another hour, and it's only 4:30, and welcome to the Baltimore winter, despite it being almost 70 degrees outside. It's a mishit on the punt there from Will Hudson, and they were still able to maintain the possession though as
Callahan ran over number 6 there.
Yeah, it came right to the back
Nick
of Melfi.
Goal scorer. Yeah, it's a free kick.
Alex Musog, the junior, going to take it. As Roy trying to work through 3 Severn jerseys, the Admirals get it back.
Ever dangerous Musoff with the ball on his foot. Good patience. A little overlap here.
Melfi now. Drop it back to Musog. Towards the box, over everybody's head, and Chick is there to scoop it up. So Bob, they've pushed forward more, have the Saints in the second half, and seemingly, I know they've given up a goal, but they haven't given up too much defensively, where there really hasn't been any breakaways or anything from Severn.
Yeah, you know, you wonder if Coach Childs will think, gosh, we had some really nice opportunities here in the second half. Maybe we should have played it a little straighter from the get-go, but with hindsight, it's always 20/20. He set up this game to give his chance what he felt was the best opportunity for success.
Musog plays it through, and Melfi was just a touch offside.
St. Mary's done a nice job on a couple offside traps. Staying together as one on that back line, as you referred to it a little bit earlier.
And they've gotten them 4 times now offside in this one. And the communication has been really, really good back there, whether it's DeFrancesca, Callahan, Kuzinski, all those guys, sides as well, working together. Cole counts too.
Another offside.
Yeah, they got him off
5.
again. They're holding a pretty strict line right now as St. Mary's. And also there is the factor of, you know, if St. Mary's plays this way from the get-go, are there more breakaways maybe for Severn than we're seeing now? Because with Severn already up 3-0 when this play started from St. Mary's, you've also seen a little bit of a change from Severn where, you know, they're maybe sitting a touch more back defensively to hold this lead.
The ebb and flow, the push and pull.
And they're going to make a goalie change here. Will Hudson's going to come out of this game, and they're going to bring in the senior. It looks like Bryce Feldmeyer is going to come in here for the final 16 minutes and change. Feldmeyer, who has actually played a good amount this year for Severn in goal, and he is the senior who has played a good amount through his career. You know, has never been the true, you know, I'm the number 2 and I know I'm not going to play unless there's an injury or a blowout kind of keeper. A lot of times this year, even Severn has switched the goalies at the half. You know, they've had Hudson play a half and Feldmeyer play a half, so he's very experienced as a senior, and he will finish out his final game to hopefully for him preserve a clean sheet and a title for the Admirals.
Well, one thing Coach McCarthy talked about is because they've had so much success, again, now outscoring their opponents 88-10 this year, they've had great opportunity to give some of the other kids a chance to play, which is obviously it enhances practices, it enhances the spirit on a team. Everybody's involved. There's no one man bigger than the team, if you will, and that's always a positive, especially when you're having such success.
And he talked about how, you know, if there were any injuries for this team, which they have suffered a couple, he felt, you know, really more confident than ever this year about those second unit guys coming in, whether they had to start, whether they had to play more minutes off the bench. And that's why Coach McCarthy kind of feels like, you know, this team has the most depth that he's had at Severn. You know, he can just turn to someone off the bench and things just kind of stay the same for the 11 that are on the field, and that's why they've been so dominant this year. And now 15 minutes away from a championship as Amar Youssef tries a shot. That one goes wide. He is trying and trying and trying to get that goal. He's got an assist today, but I think he deserves to get one in the back of the net in this one because he's been all over the ball.
He's had a great game. On that throw-in in the background just then was the executive director who we talked to at halftime, Paul Bernsdorf. He's the executive director of the MIAA. This is the 4th MIAA championship this fall after, I think, water polo, volleyball, and cross country. Football will be coming up. The Saints have a great football team. They're likely to be facing Concordia in the B Conference Championship. And in the A, it seems like Archbishop Spalding has had the better of it so far this year. But there's a bunch of good teams in that A Conference playing football.
Yeah, Spalding's got a whole lot of talent on their football team. Obviously, Calvert Hall, very talented as usual, and a couple other teams having some great seasons. In that B Conference you mentioned, you know, St. Mary's still undefeated in conference play, but Concordia Prep, the defending champions, I believe they only have the one loss, and it's kind of trending towards that matchup happening. But here on the soccer pitch, St. Mary's got a lot of work to do, try and get a title here at UMBC Stadium.
Good call. Too aggressive on the defensive end, but that slowed down that offensive charge.
Free kick coming for Eric Chick.
Nice head, Roy.
Sinski towards a goal, and there's the first chance for Bryce Feldmeyer since coming into the game in goal, and handles it cleanly on one hop. So this certainly was not the game that we saw 2 weeks ago between these two teams when Severn won 7-1. St. Mary's has hung around much, much better in this championship game, but unfortunately, you know, basically no chances even close to scoring in the first half. Now they've gotten some good ones in the second half, but most of them have come when they've already been down 3-0. And it's just made it hard to gain any momentum. This Severn team is really putting together a complete unbeaten season here, and 12 minutes away now. Almost had it as an unbeaten season last year. Came very, very close. Had that loss in August to Spalding. That was the only one.
No harm in that. It's a rivalry. Spalding also a Annapolis area school, but they do play in the A Conference, so there's no harm in losing to an A Conference team.
And after that, they just turned on the Jets throughout the B Conference, and had a tough matchup in the final with St. Mary's last year, 2-0 win. As Melfi's going to come off, he had the second goal off a rebound in that first half. This one knocked around and cleared. Whipped across the field for Caulfield. And taken away Callahan. Callahan on the break. He pushed that one just a little too far ahead of him, but may have got the deflection. And now Callahan ends up in the signage and sprints away.
Good hustle by Callahan. He stayed after that. I think he keeps this ball in bounds and got his team a corner kick. Look at this hustle. Awesome.
And he got clipped at the end there. Ended up in the sign right there. And it will be a corner for Roy. They're going to check on Callahan, but I believe he's okay to stay in here. St. Mary's trying to get one back. It starts with one if you're trying to make this comeback. Whips one in with a left foot. Goes all the way through towards sides. And can he keep it in? He cannot, and a goal kick coming. For Severn now, just about trying to run these 10 minutes off the clock. He'll push Beard forward. Looking for space towards the corner. Flips it in towards the box. Nice defending. Kucinski. Severn still in possession here. Luke Becker is out there, subbing in for the Admirals.
The entire Severn bench is up on the sideline. I'm wondering if they're hoping Coach McCarthy's going to give them the nod.
And that was knocked out of the hands of Chick. Didn't really matter. The offside flag was up, but yeah, this looks like 6 offside against Severn, mostly in the second half, as St. Mary's done a good job defensively.
There they are, anxious. Coach McCarthy, when are you going to put us in?
You look up and down their roster. There is a couple of seniors over there on that bench. We'll see if they get a couple minutes at the end of the game, but generally a lot of those Severn seniors out on the field as well, part of this starting group for the Admirals. They've got some young talent coming along as well, does this Severn side. Not just Melfi, the sophomore, who has scored in this game, but a couple of guys who even haven't gotten too many minutes this year. The Coach McCarthy excited about heading into next year. They got to continue to replenish this squad. They're going to lose a good group of seniors as they try to potentially go for a three-peat next year and keep the winning streak going. Space for Severn to work here. Trying to get a 4th goal. Cross whipped in towards the front, knocked away. It was Cole Counts, the sophomore, who got there. On the St. Mary's side, though, it's a much younger team that they're working with. Actually, a lot of sophomores, and I believe they start the most sophomores in the conference. And they've got a squad that, despite it looks like going to come up short today,
Good.
they've got a younger team that could be back again as this one's loose the top of the box. But enough to stop made by Feldmeyer, his first big chance since subbing in about 10 minutes ago in goal for Severn.
Yeah, Aaron Feld and Roy, 2 sophomores, 16 and 10, right in front of us, have had good games today. They're very promising players.
Yeah, you just look at the underclassmen, Aaron Freed, you mentioned, and we've seen Lycomeli a bit, and Counts is out there, and Roy, all sophomores who will be back, plus a lot of the, the lineup is juniors as well. There's really only a few seniors, and it was kind of the same thing for St. Mary's last year. Of course, they went to this title game last year, fell 2-0 to Severn. They lost only 3 seniors from last year's team. It was a very young team last year as well. Some of these sophomores, they were freshmen playing big minutes on this team last year, so they will continue to grow. And you have to think, next year, this core group of sophomores, they'll be upperclassmen with 2 championship games, 2 runner-up seasons under their belt. And, continue to look out for St. Mary's heading into next season. As one of the seniors, though, Sam Palmisano, will come off potentially for the last time. Of course, his athletic career will continue on the lacrosse field as he will head to Air Force next fall and play lacrosse there at the Division I level. But that may be the end of his soccer career right there. But what a big physical, imposing presence he became on the pitch for St. Mary's, and an important part of this team getting back to the championship game this year. This one's loose in there, and Lloyd will knock it away.
Well, the funny thing is, you mentioned Sam Palmisano will be off to the Air Force Academy next fall. No, my guess is he'll be off to the Air Force Academy in June.
That's true. Yeah, he will. He gets there a touch earlier than the rest of the Division I guys. Something obviously you see similar around, where Severn and St. Mary's are. You see the guys showing up to the Naval Academy a little earlier than everyone else.
Yeah, those guys, once they've made that commitment to attend one of these wonderful schools, Air Force, Army, Coast Guard, Navy, etc., they don't have long to enjoy their graduation week at the beach or whatever heck these kids tend to do now. They'll be right at it pretty quickly.
Down for a goal kick for Chick here with just over 5 minutes to go. You look at the seniors for St. Mary's, Kuczynski, who will play at St. Bonaventure for lacrosse next year. Palmisano, we mentioned at the Air Force Academy. Cameron Ross, who's been a huge piece up top, him and Dylan Sharp, the forwards for this team. Sharp, of course, a UMBC lacrosse commit. He'll be right back here. But them playing their last games for this St. Mary's team as well, just among the guys who have made a key impact. But along with Jack Callahan, who is a senior as well, he's heading to Mercer to play lacrosse next year. They'll lose that big group of Division I lacrosse commits that are seniors, but the rest of the St. Mary's side is going to be back next year and hungry again to get back to the final. As you mentioned it, Bob, Severn, those players looking to get on the field here. Looks like they got 5 substitutions ready to come in right now. And we'll try to get who all is on the field for the final 4 minutes and change for the Admirals with a 3-0 lead. And I believe they're going to pull some of their seniors off the field as well.
Yeah, there goes Amir Yusuf, who I feel had a tremendous game. He was involved, not in every goal, but he was a threat every time he had the ball around the box. They're backing him up to play some defense. He and KJ Lloyd, two of their most skilled players, going to make sure they protect this goal and try not to give up one before the end.
And these guys off the Severn bench, they'll look to find the back of the net. Maybe a chance here and on goal, and it gets by Chick. Don't even think he really made the final save there. It was just a lot of contact and a lot of pinballing, and it went out of play for a goal kick. So you see the chance right there. It was Fritz Reed, another senior who just came back into the game for Severn. Kind of been on a bench role, come in and give him a spark at times this year in his final season. We've seen him on the ball a few times. Here's Caulfield. Can he get one more goal? He's at 26, which had already set the Severn single season record. He passed it. It was previously 22. He had the first goal today to get him to 26 in his senior season. Of course, an all-conference performer last year, a 4-year starter. He'll be all-conference again this year. And is looking to play at the next level. Not quite committed to where that will be, but that is in the plans for Davis Caulfield next year.
Well, he's got a lot of skill, and he possesses something that you can't teach, and that is great speed. And he's good with the ball on his feet, and he gets to the goal both with the ball and without the ball. His first goal was covering the backside and really nicely just tapped that in, but his speed got him there in time to finish that nice pass across the goal mouth.
Just saw a cool moment at midfield about a minute ago. Cole Kiefer and Dylan Sharp just shared a handshake at midfield. They've been battling all day, and it's been a fight out there, and St. Mary's fighting to stay in this game. And Sharp chatting with a couple of the Severn players now at midfield as this one comes in towards the box. It's going to scoot away. That shot comes in and knocked down, and St. Mary's clears.
Great defense. Number 7 for the Saints. He's had a good game, Callahan.
That one way up in the air, and Chick's going to field that one like a punt right at the corner of the goal. It's about 2 minutes to go in this one. 2 minutes separating Severn And a title for the second straight year in the B Conference. Here's Sharp, though. He's got some space. Maybe a chance for St. Mary's, and just a great tackle right there. The continued dominance in the back from KJ Lloyd in his final game in a Severn uniform. Might be one final, just huge tackle from their center back. Lloyd, who, again, we talked about, he's going to Bryant to play lacrosse next year. Does come from a soccer family, though. Transferred in to Severn last year. His dad, the head coach of the women's soccer program at Salisbury. This one is whipped in and headed away, and another corner coming with under 90 seconds to play. That'll be 7th corner coming up. All in this half for St. Mary's. It just shows you how much more they've pushed towards the goal.
Well, think about the commitment KJ and his family have made. Salisbury's about an hour and 15 minutes away from Severn School. That's a long commute every day when you consider it's both ways.
Here's Sides, flips it out, cross into the box. Kuzinski looking for it. Instead, it comes out to Aaron Freed. And he's had a couple of chances to one-time a ball in this second half, and twice just kind of got under the ball too much and popped it over the crossbar. Alec Aaron Freed, another sophomore who will be back again with this talented sophomore class as juniors next year, fighting for that title. But they just didn't have enough today. Severn kept them off the scoreboard for the first time. St. Mary's had gotten a goal in each of the first 2 meetings despite losing both times in the regular season to the Admirals. But Severn locked it down defensively and shut them out today. And they got the goals they needed, 2 in the first half, 1 from Davis Caulfield, 1 from Nick Melfi, and Cole Kiefer put 1 away in the second half to really finish things off for this Severn team. And, well, they are just continuing to win as the celebration has begun on the sideline. The Severn Admirals, back-to-back champions in the MIAA B Conference, 35 straight wins and 2 straight titles.
Can't see what number it was. 7 players running over to their fans. Came over to the sideline and did a full flip.
And that's the excitement for this Severn team. For head coach Mike McCarthy, it is his 5th championship at the helm. They won 3 in a row from 14 to 16. Now 2 in a row here and 35 consecutive victories. Teams across the MIAA still trying to knock off the Severn Admirals and not having a whole lot of success doing it, as Severn runs the table this season, wins the title with a 3-0 victory. A strong season once again for St. Mary's, and they come up just short again, losing in the title game to the Admirals back-to-back years. But Bob, in the beginning, you know, it was just so dominant in the first half from Severn. They controlled the play the entire way. St. Mary's played better in the second half, but just was not enough in this one.
Well, first half, St. Mary's was intent on playing nothing but defense. We'd frequently look up and see 8, 9 guys in the box, and they were just hoping to get a quick counter. It didn't happen. They opened it up a little bit in the second half, and they had some decent chances. In fact, I'd say the second half play was pretty even. Severn banged 1 in the second half, and St. Mary's was unfortunate and just never got on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Davis Caulfield had the first goal for Severn, his 26th of the season, which extended his program's single-season record for goals at Severn. Nick Melfi got the second one in the first half off a rebound to make it 2-0, and then it was Cole Kiefer who put things away at midway through that second half and really made it difficult for St. Mary's to make it a 3-0 game. Severn backed off a little bit, played more defense, and held up for that shutout. Another clean sheet for this Severn side, and again, they finished this season perfect with a 3-0 victory, and they will take home the title. And Bob, we're just seeing dominance from this Severn program. The question becomes, can anyone knock them off next year?
Well, that's a long way away. You know, you never know what transpires, but 88 goals for and 10 against. That's a pretty dominant performance. They just had a remarkable run, and as you've said repeatedly, that the last time they lost a game was August of 21 against A-Conference, very capable A-Conference team, Archbishop Spalding, who was in the playoffs this year in the A-Conference. That was the Severn's last loss.
So a great season for Severn, a perfect season ends with a title. We thank you so much for joining us here at UMBC Stadium. For our entire production crew here at UMBC, we're going to stay here for the trophy ceremony to see Severn lift their hardware for their second straight trophy. We will leave you with that, but until then, for our entire production crew, my partner Bob Shriver, I'm Connor Newcomb signing off from UMBC Stadium for now. The Severn Admirals, back-to-back titles. They finish off a perfect season with a 3-0 win over St. Mary's. We'll be back for the A Conference title game between Calvert Hall and John Carroll. Until then, enjoy the Admirals lifting the trophy for the second straight year.
MIAA Conference champions, the Severn Admirals.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 40 mpg RAV4 hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR. Or take 3.49% financing on a 36 mpg Highlander hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
At Driven, we are members only. Being a member means you've joined the Driven family. Change the way you travel with private, safe, reliable, transaction-free transportation handled start to finish by your customer care representative. Enjoy the luxury and convenience of transportation, whether ground, air, or sea. Visit us at drivenmembers.com. Driven. Members only.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling car brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 46 mpg Camry hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR. Or take 3.49% financing on an impressive 52 mpg Corolla hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling car brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 46 mpg Camry Hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR, or take 3.49% financing on an impressive 52 mpg Corolla Hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
Kelly Benefits helps employers and employees save time, money, and hassle in navigating the intricacies of insurance, benefits, and payroll challenges. Kelly Benefits is pleased to be the title sponsor of the legendary sports group MIAA Lacrosse Game of the Week. Visit kellybenefits.com to put our people, technology, and solutions to work for you.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. Choose a Tacoma right now with low 3.49% APR, or take 4.29% financing on the all-new Tundra. Or check out a 4Runner with the best resale value of any off-road SUV for '22, according to Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
The game's already over.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 40 mpg RAV4 hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR. Or take 3.49% financing on a 36 mpg Highlander hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
At Driven, we are members only. Being a member means you've joined the Driven family. Change the way you travel with private, safe, reliable, transaction-free transportation handled start to finish by your customer care representative. Enjoy the luxury and convenience of transportation, whether ground, air, or sea. Visit us at drivenmembers.com. Driven. Members only.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling car brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 46 mpg Camry hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR. Or take 3.49% financing on an impressive 52 mpg Corolla hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling car brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 46 mpg Camry Hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR, or take 3.49% financing on an impressive 52 mpg Corolla Hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
Kelly Benefits helps employers and employees save time, money, and hassle in navigating the intricacies of insurance, benefits, and payroll challenges. Kelly Benefits is pleased to be the title sponsor of the legendary sports group MIAA Lacrosse Game of the Week. Visit kellybenefits.com to put our people, technology, and solutions to work for you.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. Choose a Tacoma right now with low 3.49% APR, or take 4.29% financing on the all-new Tundra. Or check out a 4Runner with the best resale value of any off-road SUV for '22, according to Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
Good evening and welcome back in just outside the Charm City. We are here at UMBC Stadium. It's the MIAA A Conference Soccer Championship game between the #1 seed Calvert Hall and #2 John Carroll. Hi everybody, I'm Connor Newcomb alongside Bob Schreiber. And Bob, these two teams, you get 1 and 2, the best two teams matching up for the trophy.
Yeah, it's fitting end to their seasons. They Calvert Hall dominated the league, but John Carroll and Calvert Hall were 1 and 2, as you just said. Both had tremendous years and both loaded with talent.
Yeah, and on the John Carroll side, let's start with Josh Petty, because this is a team that's known for its defense, but Josh, he's the one providing the scoring.
Yeah, the other day in the semifinals against Loyola last Thursday, up at John Carroll, Josh scored the lone goal to give them the 1-0 win.
And a little bit more offense on the Calvert Hall side for a team that has not let up a loss all year. Ben Medor is that guy, scoring and assisting.
Yeah, Ben Medor in the middle of the field in the semifinals against Curley the other day in a 5-0 win. Ben had 1 goal and 3 assists. He can do it all.
A lot of firepower on both sides. Calvert Hall's only tie of the year was against John Carroll. Can the Patriots get it done, or will Calvert Hall come out victorious again? We'll find out next in the MIAA A Conference Championship game.
The 2022 MIAA Soccer Championship Games are brought to you by CFG Bank, the official community bank of the MIAA. Toyota, for legendary safety and reliability, choose Toyota. And let's go places. Advanced Radiology, the largest imaging provider in the state of Maryland. Academy Financial, committed to providing exceptional service for all your financial planning needs. The 5-Star app, the world's first and only sports highlight rating app. Earn yours. Kagan, Stern, Marinello, and Beard, we always look for the most efficient and effective solution to your complex legal issues. Sheehy Lexus of Annapolis, experience amazing. Riley's Oyster Bar, it was a brave man who tried the first oyster. And Turf Valley Resort, fall into relaxation, take in the scenic beauty, and get away on the greens at Turf Valley Resort.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 40 mpg RAV4 hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR. Or take 3.49% financing on a 36 mpg Highlander hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
At Driven, we are members only. Being a member means you've joined the Driven family. Change the way you travel with private, safe, reliable, transaction-free transportation handled start to finish by your customer care representative. Enjoy the luxury and convenience of transportation, whether ground, air, or sea. Visit us at drivenmembers.com. Driven, members only.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
We're back here at UMBC Stadium. We're going to decide a champion in the MIAA A Conference tonight between the #2 seed John Carroll and the #1 seed Calvert Hall. I'm Connor Newcomb alongside Bob Shriver. We're going to pause here for the national anthem. When we come back, kickoff to decide a champion in the A Conference. alongside a champion in the A Conference of the MIAA this soccer season. It's been these two sides that have been in control all year. Calvert Hall without a loss this season, the #1 seed in the A Conference. And John Carroll, they were the #2 seed this year, had a fantastic season at 18-2-2. And while nobody beat Calvert Hall, there was one team that was able to come away with a draw against the Cardinals this year, and that was John Carroll a couple months ago. Connor Newcomb alongside Bob Shriver here. And Bob, you know, John Carroll's the only team that's really been able to stay close with Calvert Hall. It feels like they're the only team that's been tied after 80 minutes against this team. So at the very least, they've got the feeling on that side that, hey, we can be the first team to beat them this year.
Well, they've gotten better as the season's progressed. I think they are a little bit more defense-oriented than the Cardinals. The Cardinals are good at both ends of the field, really, and in the middle of the field. They play incredibly fast. Watch John Carroll play a little bit against Loyola in their semifinal game that they won 1-0. It was a home game for them on Thursday night to get into this championship game. And as you said, the two best teams in the A Conference are about to battle it out.
You see our starting lineups here presented by CFG Bank, and John Carroll and Calvert Hall, these two sides. A whole lot of talent on the field. A lot of guys playing soccer at the next level in a couple years. And we got a really good goalie matchup set as well between Amir Smith and Nate Jones. But on the sideline there for John Carroll, Jim Fedrick over there in now his 13th season at the helm of this Patriots program. Has finally built them back up to where he thinks they need to be every year in this A Conference championship game, and they're taking on an unbeaten Calvert Hall side. We are off from UMBC Stadium. We thank you so much for joining us. In the all-white kits, it's John Carroll and Calvert Hall in the all-red tonight here in this one.
Coach Rich Zinkan from Calvert Hall, entering now, been the head coach since 2001, after a successful career coaching at Community College of Baltimore, Essex campus, where his assistant for a couple of those years happened to be the John Carroll coach, Jim Frederick. And they are best friends, very close, have a lot in common. They both went to Calvert Hall High School, and but they're fighting it out tonight.
Yeah, great relationship between the two, between Fendrick and Zinkind. As Rich Zinkind actually coached Fendrick at Calvert Hall when he was a player there. Then they coached together at CCBC Essex, and now facing off in the championship game here at UMBC Stadium. Going to be a goal kick coming here for Calvert Hall. Bob, I actually talked to both of them this week kind of about that relationship, and both of them had nothing but great things to say about the other coach. You know, for Fendrick, it was more of a relationship like both of us are close, but Rich has also been kind of my coaching mentor, my playing mentor. And on the other side for Rich, he talked about, you know, how great it was to see, you know, Jim not just be a great player, but then get into coaching and be able to help him throughout his coaching career. And, you know, it's such a cool moment for the two of them to meet. It's an added layer that Jim played at Calvert Hall, and now he plays against his alma mater as well, so a lot riding on this championship game.
Yeah, and excuse me, Coach Zinkan coached at Essex till 11 when he took the reins at his alma mater, starting the 12th season, and he's had a wonderful run, defending champs. The entire Calvert Hall soccer program, fresh off JV and varsity, is undefeated this year. That is a ridiculous record.
Yeah, no losses anywhere for Calvert Hall soccer this year. As you take a look at the turf there, that one's punted away by the senior goalie, Nate Jones. We had a little bit of rain basically in between games. We just finished up about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, the B Conference Championship game, with Severn taking down St. Mary's 3-0, Severn winning its second consecutive championship. Also, Gerstle Academy took down Pilati 1-0 in the C Conference Championship this afternoon. There's been a lot of game played on this turf, but because of the rain, it didn't really pour. It was just kind of drizzling throughout, but it's made this field a little bit slick. So we'll see how that plays into this A Conference game here tonight, really the only game of the three in our triple header, where it seems that the weather is going to play a factor at all. Not really raining anymore, though, as we kicked off.
You can see a little sheen on the field. That's the wet from that drizzle that we got earlier. The ball is going to tend to skip. Get a nice low shot. It might be hard on the goaltenders.
Yeah, it always, a lot of people think, oh, the rain's going to favor the defense, going to be low scoring. A lot of people think rain favors the offense in many sports because, if it's slippery and it's slick, at least when you're the offense, you know where you're going and control yourself a little bit better. When a defender has to change course and be reactive, that's when things can get a little sloppy. So we'll see if it leads to more goals or, really it's just when it's a torrential downpour. That's usually when it leads to less goals. This comes over towards the line. It goes in. Off a throw-in, John Carroll has taken the lead on a wild goal.
We talked in the first game, the B Conference Finals, that this field is 70 yards wide, which is much bigger than most high schools play on. And if you have somebody like Hoffman there, number 1, who has a big arm, watch this ball. It gets into the mouth of the goal and starts bouncing around. It jumps up over Nate Jones's head, and he couldn't deflect that ball over the cage. Look at how far that throw-in's in. That's a dangerous opportunity. John Carroll is a beneficiary of the first goal.
Now, that might go as an own goal against the goalkeeper because Nate Jones, he was the only one to touch it off the throw-in.
Well, so far this game is only 4 minutes old, but clearly John Carroll's had the better of the play. Calvert Hall really hasn't essentially crossed the midline. Great save by Jones.
Yeah, he makes up for that last mistake. Jones with the stop keeps it 1-0. But what an odd start to this one. And this is the start John Carroll needed as that one goes over top the crossbar. But Bob, we've got a fantastic crowd in the stands here at UMBC Stadium. It's a pretty even split between John Carroll and Calvert Hall. And I mean, those John Carroll fans immediately setting the tone. It is loud in here already.
Well, right in front of us is most of the John Carroll faithful. The Calvert Hall fans are down on our left, facing that Calvert Hall bench that you can see. On your left, John Carroll's on the right, and their fans. We're a little closer to that side of the field, so we're hearing a lot of the John Carroll faithful right down in front of us.
And the goalkeeper, because Jones touched it and kind of deflected it in, it goes as a goal for John Carroll. And a 1-0 lead for this Patriots side. And, the way to beat Calvert Hall, will get a lead on them, and you can flip the game. Calvert Hall has not really trailed too many times this season, but they are behind here, and they're playing from the back. John Carroll dominating the possession through the first 5 minutes. Calvert Hall trying to just get it out of their own end. Again, 23-0-1 this season for the Cardinals. That only tie was against this John Carroll team. You got to go back early in the conference season, a 3-3 draw. It was a back-and-forth game between these two sides at John Carroll. Calvert Hall the other way looking to answer things. Trying to tie this up in one. Into the box it goes, and a last-ditch effort to clear it away, but only towards the top of the box. That one took a deflection, and there is Amir Smith, the John Carroll goalkeeper, to scoop it out of the air.
First time Calvert Hall has penetrated that deep into the John Carroll defense. Little deflection. Smith comes out and makes a relatively easy play. Calvert Hall's starting to get some possession here, handling the ball nicely.
You go back for Calvert Hall, it was really the opening conference game. It was September 2nd when these two teams tied at 3. So, it's been over 2 months since that game was played. These two sides look much different since then, but that was the last team to trip them up at all. Since then, Calvert Hall on a 20-match winning streak. John Carroll the other way. We saw a big winning streak earlier when Severn won the B Conference title, gave them 35 consecutive victories. But Calvert Hall, just like Severn, trying to make it back-to-back titles in the conference. They won the championship last season, and it was a tough win. They took on McDonough. The two were just powerhouses throughout the season last year, and Calvert Hall beat them 2-1 in overtime in the championship game last year to take home the title. Rich Moneth, who is still on the team here as a senior, had both goals last year in the title game, including the OT winner, to take down McDonough. And it was a down year for that McDonough Eagles team, usually kind of the class of the conference. So it opened up for another school to sneak in, and it was John Carroll who put together one of their best seasons in recent memory. And now they get themselves into the title game.
Yeah, McDonough has, the MIAA started as a conference in 1995. McDonough has dominated the A conference with 11 championships in those years, most under the tutelage of Steve Nichols, who is now the head soccer coach at Loyola University.
Ball towards the top of the box. Calvert Hall able to clear that one away as the Cardinals come into this one. Pretty straightforward for them in the semifinal. A 5-0 win over Curley. They just blitzed that team, and they were up 5-0 at halftime. We're kind of able to settle in a little bit in those second 40 minutes. But, you know, we talked about it in the open. Ben Medor had 3 assists and a goal. Ben Ramsey had 2 goals in that semifinal. And it was a Curley team who was coming off just an unbelievable overtime win, an upset 5-4 win over McDonough, scored with 10 seconds left in double OT to win it. They came in with all the momentum, and really Calvert Hall just crushed them. That's how they've been playing so far this year. But in this one, the Cardinals taking kind of the first punch in the mouth right here. Calvert Hall got it back here on the near sideline.
Bilal's primarily a center forward. He tends to move in the middle of the field and hope his outside guys can find him the ball. He's a good-sized kid. Monmouth is a solid player, and this is Midori. 1 goal and 3 assists in the semifinal victory over Curley.
He got shielded out of bounds right there. So they'll go for a goal kick.
And you know, those of you that were watching that B conference final that Severin won, we talked about all the two sport athletes on those respective teams. Here tonight in the A conference, most of these kids are soccer players almost all year, and many committed to play Division I soccer. Midori, we just talked about, he's a senior, headed to Penn State University with his teammate Tyler Flynn, one of Calvert Hall's best players, broke his tibia in his last regular season game at Curley. I was actually at that game. It was really a brutal injury. He's carrying the ball down the sideline. But they've got plenty of people that can take Tyler's place.
Yeah, we know it's been tough for Tyler as well. Talking to Coach Rich Zinkin this week, and how his senior, one of his leaders on this team, is having to miss the entire playoffs in the end of his senior year. But they're trying to get him another title. As John Carroll able to clear that one off the 18-yard line. Calvert Hall still with it inside the box, and a little bit of contact there. But John Carroll got to the ball first, so no whistle. Cross comes in, and it's knocked away. John Carroll's been there when they've needed to be defensively so far. Now they look to break the other way as Cameron Tolson will bring it. Now in terms of guys playing at the next level, Calvert Hall has a few more of those guys on the pitch today. For John Carroll, we do know that Ryan Scandalis is down to a couple Division I schools he's deciding between. They got a couple more guys who are being shown interest at the college level, but this is a team that is definitely, maybe wasn't on everyone's radar coming into the season. I mean, they did get to the semifinal last year before falling to Calvert Hall, but it's been a great, great season for the Patriots this year.
Well, in talking to Coach Fendrick before this game, he took this job about 10 years ago, and he basically had a 10-year plan in place, and it is coming to fruition right now as they're vying for the A Conference championship.
Yeah, he said, they didn't want somebody who was going to come in and use this as a springboard to a next job. As there's a little bit of a vicious tackle right there, and we'll see if a card comes out.
Well, Calvert Hall is going to bring their 2 big men from the back. Number 20, Benjamin Ramsey, and number 21, Josh Nagy. And they'll come down into the box. They're both tall guys. You can see them pretty much have 3 or 4 inches on anybody other than maybe one kid on this John Carroll defensive end.
Ben Medor is going to take this free kick. It's basically a shortened corner right now. Not really in a shooting spot unless he can get a lot of curl on this thing to the back post. Medor does curl it that way. Here comes a header, and it goes wide. He was looking for one of the big men. It was Ben Ramsey on the end of it, but a goal kick for John Carroll.
Yeah, Ben does a lot of things for Calvert Hall. including taking most free kicks from the middle of the field and in, not necessarily the corner kicks or down there on those, as you described there, a very short corner kick for all intents and purposes. They like to get him inside that box on those plays, but the rest of the time he'll hit the longer free kicks.
Yeah, for Ben Ramsey, he had those 2 goals in the 5-0 win over Curley in the semifinal. Talking with Coach Zinkin about it, he laughed a little bit when I brought it up. I said, you guys getting some offensive production from Ben Ramsey as well. And he just said, look, it's great to have that big a body who's that good in the air. And as good as he is defensively, teams, see him as a real threat in the air on set pieces, and that's what we saw right there. He can score with his head at any time, and he's really a player who can score twice and be the best defensive player on the field at the same time, and that's what makes him so dangerous for this Calvert Hall team.
Number 3, Rich Pastore, is a terrific player, and he'll kind of cover back, some might call him a holding defenseman, a holding midi, but he will come forward and distribute the ball very effectively. He's got incredible. Here's
a shot, Amir Smith with a diving save, punches it towards the corner.
Pastore, excuse me, I never got a chance to finish that. He's just got great pace. He's a relentless worker, and he'll be involved. It's going to be a high kick. Yeah, it took inadvertent.
Yeah, high boot right there. It was Ryan Balaw was trying to bring that ball down and just caught a John Carroll defender up high. I don't think a card's going to come out here, as you said. It was just kind of incidental, he was going for the ball and there was a face in the way, and hopefully he's all right. And
he's the first guy over to make sure this John Carroll Patriot, number 13, Eddie Smith.
Yeah, here's the save from Amir Smith a little bit earlier. As Calvert Hall, they tried from distance and Smith was on it, full extension.
Calvert Hall settled down. I'm not so sure they were quite as ready as Coach Zinkham would have liked to have seen him at the outset, and they gave up that early goal, but they've settled down and are playing very well right now.
Yeah, they're kind of back into their rhythm, but the 1-0 deficit here, that wild goal off the throw-in from Austin Hoffman was tipped into the goal off the hands of the goalkeeper, Nate Jones. Went all the way in on goal. Maybe the slick field had something to do with it, but Calvert Hall looking to answer here on the left foot. That shot's blocked down, and it rolls towards the corner.
Good defense by Supan, number 21.
It was Moneth who got the shot. Again, Moneth had both of the goals. Moneth had both of the goals in the championship game last year. The 2-1 win over McDonough. Calvert Hall was the 2 seed. McDonough was the 1 seed last season when they won it all. And now as that top team looking to do it again, make it back-to-back for the Cardinals. But a good start from John Carroll here today. This Patriots team again 18-2-2. Coming off a very, very hard-fought win in the semifinal. Beat Loyola 1-0. Josh Petty got a goal right around the middle of the first half, and they just held that lead throughout for the 1-0 victory for Petty. It was his 20th goal of the season, the leading scorer for this Patriots squad. We'll see him around the ball today, number 10 in white for the Patriots.
Good play by Nagy, coming up from his defense, keeping that ball down on offense, and Calvert Hall couldn't control it. John Carroll ball.
Nice tackle there. Calvert Hall will keep it though. Be sent on to Cody Angelini, senior, headed to Loyola to play his college soccer at the Division I level.
His teammate Nate Jones, goaltender, is also going to Loyola to play for the aforementioned Steve Nichols, who spent many years coaching in this league.
And back to John Carroll. Now, I mentioned the 3-3 tie back on September 2nd. It was a back-and-forth game. Talked to both coaches about it. They said it was one of their more, as if they were a casual observer, they said it was one of the more entertaining games that both of them played, but couldn't really appreciate it in the moment. But that next meeting, Calvert Hall just really turned it on the second time these two teams met. That was a 5-1 victory for Calvert Hall in the second meeting. Is coming way off his line there is Nate Jones to scoop it up. That was on October 5th at Calvert Hall. That was actually John Carroll's last loss, as they have rattled off 6 wins in a row, all shutouts since that loss to the Cardinals.
There's Henneman, who just checked into the game, number 18, who touched that ball back to the defense, gave it to Jones. Calvert Hall is more of a possession team. John Carroll more of a quick strike team.
And for John Carroll, talking with Coach Fendrick, he said, I don't want to, give excuses. We did not play as well that second time against Calvert Hall, but he did mention they were down 2 starters in that game, and 2 important starters as well. Cameron Tolson and Luke Mejia were both out for that one. Said they had to change the system a little bit just because those guys are on the ball so often. They switched some things up. It didn't quite work, and they were blitzed by Calvert Hall in that one.
That's going to be a yellow card. And referee correctly is letting this play on.
They're going to play on, and maybe a chance for Calvert Hall. Now it's booted away. Cardinals still have it. Monmouth gives it up. Top of the box, shot comes, and it's knocked down immediately. Ryan Henneman trying to get that one off. Cardinals still have it, whipped into the box here, and it goes on through without getting a touch. It'll be a John Carroll throw. We'll see if they go back and deliver the card, and our referee will. It's going to be a yellow card shown here for grabbing the jersey and stopping that run of play. As Bob, you'll see it right here on the replay. I think a couple guys thought play was stopped, and then reaching out to grab it was Eddie Smith.
Yeah, Eddie Smith's going to, referee let that play continue, but Eddie Smith was still guilty of the foul. He now has a yellow card.
Yeah, something to watch here for Eddie Smith, who took a shot to the face earlier. Now he picks up a yellow card. He'll sit for a bit, but that's, you could argue maybe the most important player at times on the pitch for John Carroll is Eddie Smith. And now he's got to be real careful playing this one with a yellow card, not even halfway through the first half.
Yeah, he's our most important defender. And now he's got to be, as you said, much more cautious the rest of this game.
And for Smith, a big part of this defense that, again, has not allowed a goal in 6 games. 6 straight shutout victories for John Carroll, including the 1-0 win over Loyola on Thursday in the semifinal to get to this championship game. Seeing if they can take down mighty Calvert Hall. Ball comes into the box. Can they settle it? Fancy footwork. Here comes a shot, and Smith has a save. Amir Smith was on it, kept it off his line. And the shot from Angelini, and it remains 1-0.
Nice ball control by number 9 for Calvert Hall, Ryan Bilal.
Headed away, and back and forth they go at midfield. Once again, a couple nice saves from Amir Smith. He is just a sophomore in goal there for John Carroll, and he was called up from the JV team last year because of some injuries. They needed him to step in, and their other goalie, Tyler Mazadra, well, he ended up with an injury, broke his hand last year, then had a similar injury this year, so it's basically just become Amir Smith's job in goal. And he's done all he could as we get a whistle here against the Patriots.
Eddie Smith did come back into that game after the brief rest on the sidelines after his yellow card.
Calvert Hall controlling it once again. So it's interesting to see Smith, who played a lot of big minutes last year, especially down the stretch. I mean, he played in the playoffs. He started and played the entire time in John Carroll's 5-1 semifinal loss to this Calvert Hall squad last year in the A Conference tournament. So he knows this moment, but this even bigger here as a sophomore as they are into the championship game.
And here's Smith, Eddie Smith that is, just feeding this ball over.
We got a deflection here. Angelini is racing. Eddie Smith got to be careful with a yellow card right there, but he defended it well. Calvert Hall still on the ball. Here comes a shot. Kick save, Amir Smith. Continuing to put together a nice game in the goal. Not done yet. Smith goes up and snatches it out of the air. The sophomore putting on a show in goal.
Great play by Angelini, deflecting that ball to himself, playing unselfish. Bilal with a good strike on the ball. Smith gets it. Amir Smith gets it with his right foot.
3 saves now for Amir Smith in goal, and he picks that one out of the air as well. And that could have been a tough spot there, Bob, because Eddie Smith was the last defender against Angelini, who just picked up a yellow card. So he had to be extra careful in a one-on-one. And I thought he defended that perfectly.
Well, we're seeing why he's their most valuable player, arguably, especially at the defensive end. Really nice, poised defense.
So John Carroll has it back now. It's CJ Supan with the throw.
It's not quite to Hoffman's territory there. He's a little bit too far out. They get that ball a little closer to the goal. It'll give Hoffman a chance with his big throw in.
Left foot comes across and it's knocked down. Maybe the Cardinals can break here. Supan with good enough defending. Oh, that's a great ball up the sideline. Running onto it there for Calvert Hall. Maybe a chance here for Henneman, but he had to back it out just a bit. Maybe just needed a little more oomph on that pass to break Henneman towards goal. There's Josh Nagy, has it taken away, sent up the field. It's going to be a little too strong for Josh Petty. Bit of a collision with the goalkeeper, a little miscommunication, but saved there on defense by Ben Ramsey. Here is Dylan Isaac, the senior #1 in red. He gives it up. Angelini, they went through him right there. And it'll just be a foul, no card for Cameron Tolson of John Carroll.
Let's see if Ramsey doesn't come down the field to take this free kick. They use Pastore on that free kick, and they're just intent on keeping possession.
Nice intercept to the ball right there. John Carroll, can they run? Calvert Hall trying to get it back. We go back and forth here. Pastore couldn't quite corral it. And here comes Austin Hoffman. Hoffman tries to play it in towards the middle of the field. And it was Nagy right there. Well, back and forth we continue. In towards the box. Calvert Hall, you know, they've still played well, but you feel like they just got a little rattled by the way that goal was scored. Because they're down 1-0, but it was more just bad luck than anything else for that to go in. And now they find themselves facing a deficit. John Carroll into the box. Looking for space. There's a lot of space here to shoot, and that one's going to go well wide. But you like the aggressiveness there from Luke Mejia as he fires that one wide. The senior who transferred into John Carroll this year, played his last 3 years of high school soccer at North Hartford High School in Hartford County. And transferring in here to join the Patriots, and he's been big. 11 goals, 9 assists in his first season. And he missed a couple months this year with injury, but came back at the end of the year for the playoffs, and it's been a huge kind of re-addition to this lineup. Now it's Hoffman again, the junior, up to Mejia. Hoffman has it headed down. Now it's over to Tolson. Tolson extra pass. John Carroll controlling it well outside the box. This one's whipped in towards the box, and nobody there except for Nate Jones, the senior goalie, a 3-year varsity starter in the nets for Calvert Hall. And as Bob mentioned earlier, a Loyola commit to play his college soccer. Angelini gives it up. Just too heavy of a touch right there. Mejia chasing after it. Instead, it's Medor. Ben Medor gives it up. Here's Gabe Gleekin. First time we've called his name. He sends one down the sideline. 14 minutes to go in the first half.
Great defense by Eddie Smith.
Continues to be all over the ball. The John Carroll fans love it. And he clears it down the sideline. John Carroll here tonight is looking for its first MIAA championship since the MIAA really became what it is in 1995. They won 2 MSA titles in 1979 in the B Conference and then 1989 in the A Conference of the MSA, but have not won a championship since '89.
Again, for those of you who aren't too familiar with the independent school leagues in this Baltimore area, the MSA was a precursor of the MIAA. The MSA had parochial, private, and public schools. It was like the most unique league possibly in the country. But once Title IX evolved, the girls in the Baltimore City schools had no place to compete other than the state. And so the public schools in the city joined the MPSSAA, the state association, which led to the MIAA being formed in 1995.
Calvert Hall coming the other way. Oh, a couple of nice moves into the box. Oh, tackle there, got a lot of him.
Yeah, he got a lot of the ball there. No call.
Comes a shot, and Smith right there. Maybe a little advantageous from outside for Dylan Isaac on that shot. As we're going to take a look right here, and both players involved in that collision still down. Looks like, I believe it was CJ Supan who went down for John Carroll in the play as he goes in with the tackle and kind of takes out Ben Medor. And Medor has gotten up, but Supan has not, as Amir Smith kind of helping him beyond the goal line. So a 1-0 lead for John Carroll here with 12:24 to go in the first half of our A Conference championship game. Kind of a crazy goal off an Austin Hoffman throw-in that got deflected right off the throw by the Calvert Hall goalkeeper Nate Jones into the back of the net just about 4 or so minutes in for a 1-0 lead. As we're going to take a look at the goal here. This is why John Carroll currently leads 1-0. You see the throw in, it doesn't touch anybody till it gets to the goalie and knocked into the goal, and that counts. And a 1-0 lead for John Carroll. They've held it since then, and now CJ Supan is walking off the field as you see the replay again. Just one of the weirder goals, Bob, you're going to see, and for it to come in the first 5 minutes of the championship game, just some bad luck.
Well, you watched the first game, the Severn St. Mary's game. You get the ball into the box, good things can happen. It's, you know, you people that watch a lot of hockey, you know, they say get the ball on the cage. Long throw in by Hoffman and just mishandled really by the Calvert Hall defense, and it just got up over Nate Jones's head. A great break for John Carroll and a tough one for Calvert Hall. And since then, Calvert Hall's had a little bit better of the play. But John Carroll, as we said at the outset, you talked about their defense-oriented team. So getting that first goal really plays into what they want to do tonight.
Yeah, now they've got the lead, and again, the 6 straight shutout wins coming in. They'd like to make it 7 right here, as that did go across the touchline. So it's a little carelessness from Calvert Hall here, and a throw-in for the Patriots. And so here comes a throw from Austin Hoffman. This is how they scored, just from the other sideline in that goal we just watched. Hoffman tried to have it happen again. It does take another deflection, and it will be a goal kick for Calvert Hall.
That time Hoffman didn't get that into the middle of the goal mouth. He threw that more or less to the near post. Calvert Hall with nice defense.
So for Calvert Hall, the door comes back in after taking a tumble on that last play, and Ryan Bilal will take a seat for the first time. One of their star juniors.
You might have seen over there on that Calvert Hall sideline, the kid sitting there with the crutches.
John Carroll's going to keep this in play here. A little bit of a misplay from Jones. Chance for John Carroll in towards the box. Scoots away. Patriots still on it. Goal line extended. Cross comes in. Backfield, and he sent it wide. Oh, that was a golden chance for the Patriots to double the lead, but Calvert Hall escapes.
Nice play by Jones here. I couldn't see. Was that Supan on this ball?
Coming in with it.
Right on the near post, excuse me. No, that's Luke Mejia. who, as you said earlier, has been Johnny on the spot this year with over 20 points with goals and assists.
And it was Ryan Scandalis, the captain, who brought that one in with a good cross, and Mejia with a back heel just couldn't put it home. And he's been a goal scorer his whole career. He had 26 goals at the public school level for North Hartford last year. Comes in with 11 this year despite missing, a good chunk of the season, more than 6 weeks with injury. And he's back with this team, and he has told Coach Fendrick that he is 100% healthy finally, and that's coming at the best time for John Carroll as they enter the championship game. And the cool connection there from Mejia and Scandalis. The two of them very, very close friends. On the field, off the field, they do everything together.
What did Coach describe them as? They'll start yelling at each other like a married couple?
Yes, they will. Yeah, the two of them, great relationship on and off the field. And, Coach Fendrick talked about it. He just, he'll be intense at practice, but sometimes he can't do anything but laugh as he knows the two of them. The reason they interact like that, and the reason they have that relationship is because they are so close, and it's almost like one mind at times. And on that play, you saw it, Scandalis knew exactly where Mejia was making his run to, and it almost ended up in goal number 2 for John Carroll. So we had a stoppage in play here, ball back in with under 10 to go in the first half. Calvert Hall's had its chances. Amir Smith has been up to the task in goal. And John Carroll's got the throw-in goal and has the lead. Here's Mejia. Can he connect with Scandalis, who was a bit offside, wouldn't make the ball through. And a collision here. It'll stay with the Patriots. Now a Calvert Hall throw.
Beautiful back flip.
He gave it away on the pass, and
by Richie Monmouth.
He's trying to, Bob, channel that magic he had from last year. The 2 goals in the championship, including the game winner. And, I talked with Coach Zinkin about, how does a guy like that kind of handle that moment to be the star on the field, not just to score twice, but to have an OT winner for a championship. He just said it didn't even faze him coming into this year. He felt like he did what he thought he was going to do in that game, and he said Monmouth believes he can score that winner again today. As we've got a whistle here.
Monmouth's a cool customer. In the Curly game at the end of the regular season, out at Curly, I went to that game, and Monmouth put on some show. He was terrific all over the field, possessing the ball, getting it to the right guy. He actually stood out while I was watching this very gifted Calvert Hall team. Calvert Hall team is right now ranked number 2 in the country. Now think about that. 2 in the country. There's 32 or 33 high schools that play soccer in the fall, and they're the 2nd best team out of that group. Remarkable.
Yeah, fantastic season for Calvert Hall. Again, they haven't lost. Just the 1 draw against John Carroll in early September, and now a yellow card has been shown, and Mejia is going to go off. So Mejia and Smith, each with a yellow card now for John Carroll, 2 of their most important players, and we're still in the first half. They're each on a yellow. They got to be a little careful as they continue to defend this lead. Free kick for the Cardinals, and they're going to send this one into the box. Medor gets a lot of it, and it takes a deflection past the goal line, and it will be a goal kick.
Well, that time Medor took the free kick, and Ramsey got down into the box.
He just kind of deflects it wide, and you look at him right there. I mean, Frankie Matucci cannot believe it. He maybe just thought that ball wasn't going to get through to him, and then when it did, he wasn't ready to take his best touch right there. Matucci, the guy who filling in for the injured Tyler Flynn, and had a chance to even this game at 1. John Carroll able to switch the field well. Through ball played and just a little heavy on the pass there, but you still like the energy John Carroll playing with here. They're setting the tone. You know, it was back and forth. They hung right with Calvert Hall in that first meeting, that 3-3 tie. And talking to Coach Fendrick this week, he said the team got together as a group after they got that semifinal win over Loyola on Thursday, and they watched that entire game back, Bob. They watched that 3-3 tie back for two reasons. One, to show we can hang right with this Calvert Hall team, and they had chances to win that game. And the other thing to show, hey, you know, it's not like they are completely unbeatable. And he said it put his team in a good mindset as well, to go back and watch that game and see not only the goals they scored, but the chances that they did not convert on in that 3-3 draw. He felt like they could have had 5, 6, maybe even 7 goals with the amount of great chances they had in the first meeting with the Cardinals.
Calvert Hall wanted a foul in that last possession. It looked like one. Referee didn't call it. Play on.
It will be a John Carroll throw. And so, you know, Coach Fendrick talks about, he basically said, you know, even with how great our defense is, with the amount of offensive firepower that Calvert Hall has, he said you have to expect them to get at least 1 goal. And he talked about it's all about how we respond, because every time John Carroll took the lead in that first matchup, Calvert Hall within 5-10 minutes would respond right back and tie the game. And that's how it ended up in a 3-3 draw. And he just said, we got to be ready to respond better when they score this time. So far, though, his defense been able to keep him off the board.
And it's up to Calvert Hall to respond. So the worm has turned of sorts. You know, Coach Fendrick made a very big point about how are we going to respond when Calvert Hall scores. Well, so far they haven't had to worry about it.
Yeah, it's about Calvert Hall responding. They've responded well. They've had some runs of play. They've put some good chances on Amir Smith. He's been good in goal, the sophomore. And generally this has been, you know, a pretty evenly played game. It's just been one just odd play that's ended up in a goal for John Carroll, and that's the difference. So we'll see if another team can break through here. Could John Carroll double the lead, or could Calvert Hall equalize before halftime here? Cardinals breaking in on a good chance. A little bit of a heavy touch. I think that's going to be a goal kick, and it will be.
Great little flick outside. I can't see the number, I'm sorry. Oh, number 1, watch this beautiful flick.
Isaac, that second touch, Bob, right there.
Just a little too hard. One of the problems with playing on turf, the ball can get away from your feet pretty easily, and we've seen that happen a couple times. But both these teams and most of the teams in the A Conference play on AstroTurf, so it's not like this is anything new to them, but it is sometimes very difficult to get control of that ball.
You see Justin Crow in there playing with the wrapped up right arm as he continues to give it a go here in what will be his final game for the senior. Large senior class for this Calvert Hall side. Medor goes inside out at the top of the box. Back to the left foot, tries to cross one in. Took a deflection, falls to the feet. This thing's still loose near the top of the box, and now John Carroll able to clear it away. Maybe can they break here with Petty? Header up the sideline. They'll play it back into their own box, and just sent away by Nate Jones.
When Nate Jones saw number 10 right in his face, Joshua Petty, John Carroll's leading scorer, and decided, let's not play around with this ball. We don't want to give them a chance to go up 2-0. Hoffman's down here for this long throw-in. He's a little bit closer to the box. He'll get this in front of the goal mouth.
See if he tries to put it on goal again. It's headed down by the Cardinals, and they will clear. Let it on through. Here's Eddie Smith with Crow all over him. And there's Suppan back in the game. Good sign for John Carroll. He took a spill earlier. He's back in there, 21 in white. John Carroll making a move. Shot over the bar. But you like the aggressiveness from the Patriots right there.
Calvert Hall's back on your heels a little bit. Really nice shot right here from the top of the box. It had some pace. Ian Wagner just over the cage.
And the junior Wagner set himself up and had a go. Just a little too much sizzle. This ball played through. Maybe a chance here, but Jones off his line to scoop it up. Good aggressive goalkeeping there from the senior. This Made just a couple of maybe a little timid plays so far today. Oh, that was a really strong-looking defensive move right there, as Matthias Mingle, the senior, scoops one away. Crow feeds it off for Angelini. Now the left side of the box. Chance for Calvert Hall. There's a shot, took a deflection. Smith knocks it away. Follow-up chance. Oh! Smith trapped it between his legs and kept it off the line.
Wow. Great opportunity. Great initial save by Smith, but he couldn't corral it. Bilal got down there on the goal line. Had a good opportunity to get that by Smith, and Smith made a wonderful play.
John Carroll trying for the aggressive chance on the other end with under a minute to go. But I mean, Bob, Amir Smith keeping this game at 1-0. The initial save. What a stop. And the wherewithal to know that, hey, I got a piece of that. I got to turn around immediately and pick this thing up before it trickles over the goal line.
Great play. That ball was going right through the 5-hole, but Smith got a piece of his calf on that ball and prevented it from getting into the cage, and he turned quickly around and found it at his feet. 6
saves now for the sophomore Amir Smith. Really one of the youngest players on the field right now. Both of these teams pretty heavily populated with seniors and juniors. He's the young kid out there. Header comes in, contact in the box, no call. Jones picks it up, and I think he's just going to wait this one out. And that is going to take us to halftime here in the A-Conference title game. We're going to chat with the MIAA director, Paul Bernstorff, at halftime. But it's John Carroll in a 1-0 lead on the odd Austin Hoffman goal, and they're 40 minutes away from their first ever title here at UMBC Stadium. There it is. That's the difference. As we hit halftime, we'll be back for our interview and the second half from UMBC.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Executive Director of MIAA, Paul Bernstorff. Paul, in our background is the Pilati Gerstel Academy.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 40 mpg RAV4 hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR. Or take 3.49% financing on a 36 mpg Highlander hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
At Driven, we are members only. Being a member means you've joined the Driven family. Change the way you travel with private, safe, reliable, transaction-free transportation handled start to finish by your customer care representative. Enjoy the luxury and convenience of transportation, whether ground, air, or sea. Visit us at drivenmembers.com. Driven. Members only.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently. and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Hi, this is Bob Shriver at halftime with the Executive Director of MIAA, Paul Bernstorff. Paul, in our background is the Pilati Gerstel Academy C Conference game, and we're obviously doing the B and the A Conference here on Legendary Sports Group TV. How's it going so far?
It's going great. We're thrilled to be partnering with you guys. It's a great venue today. We've got 6 great teams coming in for 3 championship games. It should be a lot of fun today.
Well, I know you've been on this job now for 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. You have a long career as a coach and athletic director at St. Paul School, coached baseball and football, and now athletic director for over 20 years. How did you decide to jump into this fray?
Well, I was kind of winding down my administrative career and was kind of looking for something to do part-time and still stay involved in athletics. I love trying to help kids, so I thought it would be a great opportunity to the MIA job opened up, so I said I'll apply, see what happens, and still work with kids and great ADs.
Well, the one thing I think personally as being in the MIAA for so many years is it's great to have a person that's so vested, if you will, in MIAA sports as you are.
Absolutely. It's education-based athletics, and we got great kids, and we're just trying to teach them the lessons they're going to carry the rest of their lives. It's really special.
Well, this is your first playoff game. I guess you have football coming up, and then in the winter there'll be some wrestling and other events. How are all the fall playoffs going so far?
Going so far. We've got 3 done. We finished water polo, volleyball, and cross country, so we're moving on as quick as we can.
Well, it's been great having you as part of this event, and we really appreciate everything you're doing for the MIAA.
Well, we appreciate everything Legendary Sports is doing for us. Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it.
Great.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 40 mpg RAV4 hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR. Or take 3.49% financing on a 36 mpg Highlander hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
At Driven, we are members only. Being a member means you've joined the Driven family. Change the way you travel with private, safe, reliable, transaction-free transportation handled start to finish by your customer care representative. Enjoy the luxury and convenience of transportation, whether ground, air, or sea. Visit us at drivenmembers.com. Driven, members only.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Kelly Benefits helps employers and employees save time, money, and hassle in navigating the intricacies of insurance, benefits, and payroll challenges. Kelly Benefits is pleased to be the title sponsor of the legendary sports group MIAA Lacrosse Game of the Week. Visit kellybenefits.com to put our people, technology, and solutions to work for you.
A 1-0 lead for John Carroll over Calvert Hall in the A-Conference Championship game of the MIAA Conference tonight. For John Carroll, well, they got an interesting goal in that first half, but it was enough to lead this one through 40 minutes. Connor Newcomb and Bob Shriver here with you for this one. And Bob, here's the goal. You know, we talked about it at halftime. Basically, if Nate Jones doesn't touch it, it doesn't count, but he deflects it in and it's a goal. Yeah,
throw in cannot go in the goal unless it's touched somebody, and Nate got a piece of that. There's a beautiful save by goaltender Amir Smith. This is another great opportunity for John Carroll right there on the doorstep near post. That time Nate Jones deflected that ball into the goal, and here's an incredible chance for Calvert Hall. Yeah. Great shot by Richie Monmouth. Amir couldn't corral that, and Bilal almost threw it through or kicked it through Smith's 5-hole, but Smith's leg got a piece of it and didn't get across the goal line.
Our first half stats presented by CFG Bank. Calvert Hall out shooting this John Carroll side, but the big number right there is saves. Amir Smith with 6 of them in that first half, and what is now down as an own goal that, you know, is essentially charged to the goalie Nate Jones. Not something you see very often in the 4th minute of this game. That is the difference at 1-0.
One thing you'll see there, fouls is 6-5, but in John Carroll's 6 fouls, 2 of them are yellow cards, one on their best defensive player, Eddie Smith, and number 7, Luke Mejia, who's also had a very good game. Smith's going to need to be extremely careful. Calvert Hall's had a couple nice opportunities on their goal, and Smith has to be careful because they can ill afford to lose him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they have to play a little more careful, both on a yellow card, both guys who, I mean, are probably planning to play about 30-plus minutes, if not more, of this second half, which means maybe Calvert Hall can find a breakthrough if they're a little lackadaisical, not wanting to pick up a red, go down to 10 men, and send this game in a different direction. But it's 1-0 John Carroll as we open up the second half. Calvert Hall looking for back-to-back titles. John Carroll looking for its first ever soccer championship in the MIAA. Connor Newcomb and Bob Shriver with you here for this one. We thank you so much for joining us here. The final game of the triple header here at UMBC Stadium in the MIAA Championships today. John Carroll starting off with the possession, and maybe a little space here. Here comes a shot. That one's well over the bar. Just getting under it a little bit there was Cameron Tolson.
Yeah, and Supin fed him, number 20. Supin is another John Carroll guy who has stood out tonight. He's had a really good game so far.
Our 2 other finals today, the Gerstle Academy taking down Pilati 1-0 in the C Conference final. Severn made it back-to-back titles with a 3-0 win over St. Mary's in the B Conference final. Now 1-0 John Carroll in the second half in our A Conference final. The own goal in the 4th minute. The difference so far here at UMBC Stadium, home of the Retrievers. And Calvert Hall, an undefeated side, 23-0-1 on the season. Looking to go without a loss all year, which would bring them their 2nd straight title. Calvert Hall with its first possession of the second half. Some space to work for the Cardinals here. In on goal, and he set it high. An unbelievable chance for Ben Medor, their top offensive weapon, and he missed it.
Beautiful through pass to Medor, nice control. He had room and time, actually. He could have taken a little bit more time on that one. He might have been able to, that ball was bouncing around a little bit, and he couldn't get his head over top of it to keep it down. It's too bad he had a little bit more time to control that.
Ben Medor, who was fantastic in the 5-0 semifinal win over Curley, had a goal and 3 assists, but that was the best chance. I mean, really, Bob, that was the best chance for either team so far today, even though John Carroll's got a goal and he just couldn't put it home. Calvert Hall still in the possession, knocked up ahead, looking for Angelini. He gets to it, but just couldn't bring it in. Maybe tried to one-time it and just took an odd deflection.
Well, one thing Calvert Hall has to do is not get frustrated. They've created some really nice chances. Stay cool, calm. You've won 23 games for a reason, because you got some talent. And you're an incredibly talented team. You got to give John Carroll great credit. They got that early break, and they're hanging on. They've generated a couple nice opportunities and some counterattacks. And if they get a second goal, it's going to be hard for Calvert Hall to come back.
A little bit of chippiness here around midfield for John Carroll there with C.J. Rugel. It's actually the first time we've called Rugel's name today, I believe. He hasn't been around the ball too much. Just got hit with a foul call right there. The junior, number 3 in white, who is the second leading scorer on this John Carroll team. Calvert Hall with the possession again. You know, wasn't quite sure how this game would be played in the 2 matchups between the 2 sides in the regular season, a 3-3 tie and then a 5-1 Calvert Hall victory. That's 12 combined goals in the 2 games, but just 1 in 40 minutes so far here today. And both these teams were on shutout streaks coming into this game. So this one comes across the face of the box, and John Carroll will clear. John Carroll, 6 consecutive shutout victories since that 5-1 loss to Calvert Hall. For Calvert Hall, they're on a 20-game winning streak, and they're on a 14-game shutout streak that was broken with the 4th-minute own goal today. It was 14 straight shutout wins coming in for John Carroll, and in their, or for Calvert Hall, I should say. In their last 8 games, Bob, they were outscoring opponents 29-1 in their final 8 games of the season. Calvert Hall's just been dominant, and really all those stats tell you this is not a spot they've been in many times this year, trailing a game in the second half. So we'll see how they can really respond to that. I mean, they did trail John Carroll a few times in that draw back in September, but pretty much been able to control the game the last few times they've been out there.
But John Carroll didn't get here by not having some talent. They're skilled on defense. Amir Smith in the goal is a talented player. He's made a couple great saves today. And Eddie Smith, their most skilled defensive player, has done a great job on the back line.
Odd here, it took us 45 minutes to get our first corner kick for either side, but it will go to John Carroll as that ball stuck under the John Deere Gator out there, but they got it. Thought somebody might come down, and we got plenty of extra soccer balls on the sideline with some ball boys giving them away, but they had to fish that one out, and now the Patriots will take the corner. C.J. Rugel with 17 assists this season. Whips it in. Oh, it's loose, and there's contact with the goalkeeper. They'll wave it off.
Well, Nate Jones, Calvert Hall goalie, after that first goal went in, I think he's been very nervous around the ball. That time, we've seen this a couple times. You're always going to protect the goalie. If there's any contact with the goalie, the whistle's going to blow. But Nate Jones, back to Nate, he's been a little nervous with the ball. He's made a couple uncharacteristic mistakes handling the ball, coming out maybe when he shouldn't have, kicking a ball out of bounds when he might have been able to keep better possession of it. So any pressure John Carroll can keep on Jones, they may end up with another fortunate tally.
Yeah, that time it did take a deflection after the contact. It did go in the back of the net, but the referee immediately on the contact blew the whistle and waved it off, said no goal. And it was a fantastic corner given by C.J. Rugel. You can see why he's piled up 17 assists this year, and a few of them have been on set pieces this season for the Patriots, but couldn't get one right there. And instead the other way, it's Rich Moneth who gives it up for Dylan Isaac.
Dylan's a left back, venturing in a little bit on offense. Left-footed guy. Might see him overlap at some point in time.
Calvert Hall trying to tread their way back into the offensive zone. We'll get a whistle, and Calvert Hall player kind of pulling on the jersey a little bit. As it
Matthias Mingle, he's another defender that's played extremely well.
Yeah, it's been interesting for Mingle this season because, you know, he missed a lot of last year with an ankle injury, and then he had a similar injury this year, more of kind of an aggravation, and missed some time with that same ankle injury. Talking to Coach Fendrick, he said, you know, like he was getting injured on both ankles. It was just a tough year and a half for him injury-wise, but he's finally back to feeling healthy, and he called him the missing piece on defense for John Carroll. He said getting him back, getting his senior leadership, getting his experience, just felt like they were more of a cohesive unit, finally getting him back from injury, and it's been a difference. I mean, if you're going to have 6 straight shutouts, that's going to get you to this championship game, and Mingle's been a big part of it. John Carroll with a throw into the box. Calvert Hall will run over it and get a whistle, and again, you know, it's just been a while since Calvert Hall has trailed. I mean, they trailed in that first matchup against John Carroll, trailed a couple of times in that 3-3 tie. But really, you look back on their season, that's one of the only games where they had significant time where they were behind. So they're just not used to this situation.
Well, the longer it goes, the tighter they're going to get. John Carroll is playing the game exactly how Coach Fendrick would have drawn it up.
Now a giveaway here, maybe a chance for Perry. Going in and has his shot knocked down. Joshua Petty there was trying to get himself a goal. And now a whistle against John Carroll.
Good defense by Nagy. Big kid, number 21. He happens to be one of the few guys on the Calvert Hall team. He's going to the Naval Academy to play lacrosse. He's been a soccer lacrosse standout, and I guess he's fallen in love with the lacrosse game.
Maybe a breakaway here for Calvert Hall, able to stay on his feet. Feeds it in front, here comes a shot, and just couldn't get much on it there. Ryan Bilal had a chance, just kind of mishit that one off the heel of his foot, and it goes out for a goal kick. Yeah, it was really nice balance there from Cody Angelini to stay on his feet, get that cross in, and Bilal just missed it just a bit. So Ryan Henneman back in there, who Coach Zinkin called one of the unsung key players that'll come off the bench for this Calvert Hall team. So we'll see if Ryan Henneman can provide a spark they need to tie this one up. Coach Rich Zinkin in his 11th season at the helm of this Calvert Hall program. He's taken them to 2 championships, and there's just an easy whistle. Josh Petty just wrapping up a defender, and I think he may see a card here. We will see. He's going to have a chat with the head referee here. Just over a half hour remaining in this one. Petty's Patriots with a 1-0 lead on a 4th-minute own goal way back at the start of this one, and he will survive without a card. There's already 2 Patriots starters playing on yellow cards right now, and that was a pretty obvious wrap-up right there.
Nice officiating, though. You know, in the heat of the moment, wasn't vicious. It wasn't a threatening goal opportunity. Nice bit of officiating.
And I think it was smart. It's an obvious foul. You stop it, but then to go over and say, hey, if that's done any more aggressively, probably telling him you're going to see a card in that scenario. So John Carroll's got it right around midfield. We're under a half hour to play. And it'll be also interesting to see, Bob, you know, John Carroll, a very defensive-minded team. They have been throughout the year. They've been comfortable winning games 1-0. They won the semifinal against Loyola 1-0. Be interesting to see if they start to pack it in a little more as this game goes on and they continue with the lead. Calvert Hall is continuing to fight for chances, though. Angelini with a left foot took a deflection across the box. Nobody home for Calvert Hall. And that'll be deflected out for a goal kick.
Calvert Hall has scored 91 goals this year and only given up 14. So this is clearly unusual territory for them. And the longer it goes, the tighter they're going to become.
And you're looking over at that John Carroll bench with Jim Fendrick in his 13th season, Bob. I mean, when would you have the conversation about starting to park the bus a little bit defensively, drop more guys back, and kind of pack it in to hold the 1-0 lead?
Well, I just think with as good as Calvert Hall can control the ball, I don't know whether you want to do that anytime soon.
Maybe a chance for John Carroll, though. Here comes a cross. It's knocked down. Still loose in the box. Here's Wagner, gives it up. Shot coming, and that one's well wide. And ambitious chance there for John Carroll. And Connor Ellis let one loose. The junior back there, number 12 in white. It ends in a goal kick. Calvert Hall the other way. A nice tackle right there. That looked clean. He got a lot of the ball. And John Carroll will feed it the other way. Oh, the flag goes up. That was inches. But it looked like Petty must have been just a touch offside. The first time I've seen the offside flag called there as well.
Solid defense over at the other end, and a good trap by Calvert Hall defensive line, holding it steady. Great communication.
We get a whistle against Calvert Hall there as Bilal got a little too aggressive. Calvert Hall 2016 title under Rich Zinkin, and of course the 2021 title last year. And Rich Zinkin, he won some titles back in the MSA when he was a player at Calvert Hall. Back from 83 through the 86 soccer seasons, they won a couple of titles, some of their best teams, before the league transitioned over to the MIAA. Got a couple as a player, a couple as a coach now, looking for number 3 on the sideline, number 5 in total for him. His Baltimore Soccer High School League career. Feet ahead, Rugel gives it up, looking for Rugel again, in towards the box. They're trying to shield it out, and that was pretty nicely done there from Dylan Isaac to earn the goal kick.
Good poise by Isaac. Just shield the ball, it was going out of bounds.
Rugel's on it, deflects it off the door. Took a shot right there, and it's a throw for John Carroll.
Play it.
The corner here for John Carroll, their second.
Skandalis made a nice play there. Controlled the ball nicely, flicked it off a Calvert Hall defender.
Petty will take. Look for an in-swinger here from the left foot. Sends it in towards the top of the box, and it's headed towards the far post, and
we'll get one from the other side.
And it's going to be a corner over there.
Now they'll get Christian Rugel will take this one. This will be an in-swinger as well. Christian's primarily a right-footed player.
He had a beautiful delivery on that last corner he took from this spot. Another good one off a couple of John Carroll heads, but we've got a collision inside the 6-yard box, and it'll be a foul against the Patriots. Calvert Hall will take this free kick quickly, and pinball there, and John Carroll able to clear. And there's Jones aggressively to it. Nice distribution there. Up to Isaac, up the sideline, a clean tackle. It's been a lot of clean tackles. That one from Ryan Skandalis, the captain and senior on this team. Skandalis, who just a leader on this squad, trying to get a championship in his final game in a John Carroll uniform. All conference and all state performer last year, trending that way here in 2022 as well for Ryan Skandalis. Headed to either Navy or Loyola to play his college soccer next year. As this one skips on through, John Carroll will run it down. Still undecided on that decision, but has it down to 2 Division I programs here in state. And here's Rugel. Rugel plays the through ball. He is looking for his man Scandalis, and John Carroll gets a throw.
Calvert Hall had one great opportunity. Midori had a great opportunity about 10-15 minutes ago, but since then I'd say the play's been extremely even. In fact, I'm not so sure John Carroll hadn't had the best of it.
There's Wagner. Wagner trying to win a corner. Strong defense though from Ramsey. Ramsey sends it up the field. John Carroll brings it down. Tried to feed it to Petty, couldn't quite get him there. There's Monmouth. Keeps it up. And here come the Cardinals back the other way.
Midori's a cool cat. He's very poised with the ball. Number 11.
They get the triangle going. And Henneman has it taken right off his boot. Supine with a great play. Calvert Hall still pressuring. Now maybe a chance to run for John Carroll. Heading the other way now, Cameron Tolson. Tolson trying to go end to end. And he just ran out of steam a bit, but I believe he won the corner. And yes, he did. Good hustle there from the junior Cameron Tolson. Fourth corner of the half for John Carroll.
Ruggel coming out for another corner. 4 for the game. 3 in the last 3 minutes.
He's had some really good deliveries from this corner. An in-swinger with a right foot. Jones backs up, comes out for Wagner. Wagner tees it up, has a shot. And he sent a little high and wide. It's the second time, though, today, Bob, we've seen Ian Wagner tee one up like this, and he's looking for a beautiful second goal.
Well, it's a great time of the year for these soccer fans. Got the NCAAs going on. The World Cup's about to start. High school championships all over the country being played. This is the second-ranked team in the country Calvert Hall playing, and they're getting everything they can handle from John Carroll.
John Carroll still holding on to that 1-0 lead. Crow tried to give it up. He had it cleared away. Again, it was an own goal off a wild play, a throw-in the first half. 4 minutes in from Austin Hoffman of John Carroll. Went directly towards the goal. It didn't touch anyone, but because the goalie Nate Jones of Calvert Hall went up and deflected the ball before it went into the net, it was a goal, called an own goal, and it gave John Carroll a 1-0 lead, and that is the only scoring we've had so far. And it would be quite the story to tell. This game does end 1-0, just over 20 minutes to play, and that is your championship winning goal. But Calvert Hall gonna have something to say about it. Cross took a deflection. Amir Smith, who's been a little more quiet work for him in the second half, does pick that one out of the air. But had a great first half with the 6 saves, some incredible for the sophomore goalkeeper. Here's Wagner. Couldn't quite get away with it. Goes to the feet of Rocco Pastore, the junior number 3 in red, up to Crow. Justin Crow couldn't quite get through that final line of John Carroll defense. Get it to Petty. Petty couldn't quite feed it away. Here's Angelini. Under 20 minutes to play. Calvert Hall playing from behind here late in the second half. The Cardinals streaking up the field here. Tolson, though, all over it. Field opening up a little bit more these last couple of minutes. Some run of play up and down.
It's going to be a Calvert Hall card, it looks like. If
playing the advantage, though. Into the box. Comes across. Ticked up in the air, and I think, let's see, will John Carroll get the corner here or the free kick out top? As you're going to see the obvious, came right before that, the tug of the jersey from Ben Medor, and he's going to be shown a yellow card. So speaking of important players on yellows, Bob, maybe the most important for Calvert Hall now has a yellow card, and John Carroll will get the corner.
Well, one thing the last couple times John Carroll's had the ball, they've put a lot of pressure And this is now their 4th corner kick in the last 5 minutes.
They stopped the clock to give out the yellow here and take a couple players off with 19:28 to play. As Ben Medor gets the yellow. Of course, Eddie Smith and Luke Mejia still playing on yellows for John Carroll. In-swinger with a right foot. Jones able to tap it away at the last moment. Wagner on the other end for JC. Wagner with a left foot. Nice looking cross. Header comes in, but it was Scandalis who just didn't get much on it. An easy save for Nate Jones. John Carroll seemed to be just a half step quicker to the ball at times on these kind of 50-50 plays at midfield. Tolson. Nice job to go outside of the foot. Sent up the field, looking for Mejia. Bounces over his head. He took a deflection. Scandalis to his left. Scandalis with space, tries with the left foot, sends it wide.
Well, you know, you were talking earlier about John Carroll winning a couple titles in the old MSA back in the early 80s. I don't know whether you're not old enough to remember one of their incredible players was Zach Thornton, who was an All-American in lacrosse and soccer, played a number of years for the USA team, had an outstanding professional soccer career. He was just amazing. Big strapping guy at about 6'3". He did it all.
And they've got some soccer history, but Coach Jim Fendrick is trying to write the modern history of John Carroll, but maybe a chance here for Justin Crow. Feeds it inside. Nice move inside the box, but John Carroll defense is there to smother Ryan Bilal. Calvert Hall gets it back. Maybe going to try one from way outside. That shot blocked down off the right foot of the senior Gabe Gleekin. Calvert Hall, they've got everybody beyond midfield, and that's going to take a deflection on the cross. And the first corner of the day coming up for Calvert Hall with about 17 minutes to play.
Cody Angelini, number 8. Tyus Mingles looking for this short corner. He's out there to help. Now Christopher Supan has come out. Mingles got back in front of the cage where he could be a little bit more effective. Oh, they're both out there.
Ben Medor will take it. It's an outswinger, and it's headed out. John Carroll got there first once again.
Great hustle.
Keep it in play. Crow couldn't get there. Nice slide from Mejia. Gets it over to Rugel. Rugel gave it away, though. Bad giveaway in that spot of the field as Pastore had it. Feeds it inside the box. We've got some contact. No whistle. This one's headed towards the 6-yard box. Not out yet. Crow brings it down. He gives it away, and now John Carroll can breathe for just a second. There was some contact in the box down there. Referee had a chance to call a penalty if he wanted to. Decided against it. We remain 1-0.
Let's see this play again. Angelini, they could have called that a penalty.
It wasn't egregious, but it certainly could have been called with Mingle sliding right there behind Angelini, but referee holding on to his whistle. Remains 1-0. Scandalis trying to win the ball back. Calvert Hall pressing more and more. Again, a spot they just have not been in this year with the 23 wins and the 1 draw. Just haven't played from behind, especially not this deep in the second half. They're pushing for a goal. Mejia, though, coming the other way. Nice move to his left. Mejia 1-on-4, and he's able to win the throw.
Mason Wakefield, a late substitute for Calvert Hall, number 2, trying to get some fresh legs out on the field.
Yeah, the junior Wakefield's played an important role at times this season. Maybe he's got a spark in him.
Well, we thought that Calvert Hall had enough depth and talent to overcome the lack of Tyler Flynn, who broke his tibia in that last regular season game against Curley, and I think that his absence is proving to be something that Calvert Hall hasn't been able to overcome. And of course,
John Carroll's tremendous defense.
Right, it's the combination. And Flynn was certainly a goal scorer, the senior committed to Penn State to play his Big Ten college soccer. And it's been Frankie Matucci, the junior, has filled in for him. And Matucci's had actually one of the better chances for Calvert Hall today. It was on the end of a set piece, and ball fell to his foot. He just mishit it wide of the goal. And it's really been that for Calvert Hall, and then that glorious chance that Ben Medor had in front of the goal and just shot it wide. Those have been their two big chances. Maybe a chance for John Carroll now as they run 3-on-3 up the left side of the field.
Well, Isaac pushed up from that left back position. You see he's a little late getting back. Referee's letting him play.
Yeah, no whistle right there. Looked like a little contact. Contact there as well as that one sails into the box into the hands of Nate Jones. MIAA Conference Championship game right here. We got under 14 minutes to play. It's the top two seeds in the conference this year. John Carroll and Calvert Hall, as Amir Smith out there to get it. Calvert Hall has not lost this season, 23-0-1. John Carroll a great year, 18-2-2 coming in. But they are trying to slay the beast that is this Calvert Hall team. The reigning champs beat McDonough 2-1 in overtime in the championship game last year. And our only goal was an own goal off a throw-in from Austin Hoffman of John Carroll in the 4th minute, deflected in by the Calvert Hall goalie, Nate Jones. And that is where we stand at 1-0. Each team has had chances. Calvert Hall's really had some better ones, but still haven't found the back of the net. And they will give this a corner to Calvert Hall. So their second corner here this second half comes with 13 minutes remaining.
Well, they got to get the big boys in the box. Here comes Ramsey and Nagy, 20 and 21. Some big guys there, but they're going to be a little vulnerable down at the defensive end if John Carroll can get possession and get the ball out quickly for a counter.
They reset the clock there as the corner comes in towards the back post. And the big Ben Ramsey got his head to it, but not on goal, and it's a John Carroll throw. As we've mentioned multiple times, the only team, or the only game in which Calvert Hall did not come away with a victory was September 2nd at John Carroll. Patriots 3, Cardinals 3 in a back-and-forth affair. They're the only team that's been able to go through a full 100 minutes and not end up on the losing end against Calvert Hall. And over there, Jim Fendrick and his staff trying to figure out how to get through these next 12 minutes and change and keep the Cardinals off the board. Calvert Hall pushing more. We'll see if John Carroll parks the bus anymore down the stretch here. Eddie Smith been playing on a yellow card for most of this game, as has Mejia, who he gets it to here. Mejia does keep it in, but no Patriots there to help him out. Petty comes in from behind.
That's a
Petty
yellow.
Now has a yellow card. So you could argue right now, Bob, that John Carroll's 3 most important players, Eddie Smith, Luke Mejia, and Josh Petty, are all playing on yellow cards for the final 12-16 of this championship match. And, you know, you don't have to be as careful now as you had to be if you were Smith or Mejia in the first half with a yellow card. You can, if you really have to, you can fend off 11 on 10 for 10 minutes, but they'd like to avoid it at all costs.
Then they clearly would have to go in that defensive shell you were referring to earlier. When will they get back in it? Referee had not blown the whistle, put the ball back in play.
Yes, they'll reset the clock here.
On a yellow, you have to go out of the game. Petty has to go out. He'll be back in shortly.
He's their goal scorer, 20 goals, 18 assists, had the winner in the 1-0 win over Loyola in the semifinal. It was much easier for Calvert Hall, 5-0 over Curley, all 5 goals in the first half of Thursday's semifinal win. And that is where we stand, 1-0 John Carroll, and the own goal in the 4th minute. Knocked down, top of the box, maybe a chance. Angelini fires, and Smith has another save. 7 stops for the sophomore goalkeeper, Amir Smith. And you know, it wasn't Amir Smith's job the whole year. He wasn't the full-time starter this year or last year. He started the year on the JV team as a freshman last year, but Tyler Mazzadra, who was the starting goalie, got injured, broke his hand last season. They called up Smith. He won the starting job for the rest of the year. Mazzadra came back healthy, so Coach Fendrick said they kind of went with a 2-goalie system. They were kind of splitting time throughout the year, but then Mazadra went down with an injury again, so Smith had to step in as the full-time goalie, and he has just been fantastic since taking over. They've got a couple of goalies from the JV team up for this game just in case, but this is Smith's job, and he's going to be tasked for 11 more minutes with keeping this clean sheet and hoping he can hoist a trophy after that. And, you know, if they're going to give out an MVP, I'd look at Amir Smith for this game so far. But John Carroll looking to break the other way. They feed it inside and couldn't quite find Rugel. Here's Angelini the other way. Angelini streaking down the field, gives it up, and space for Calvert Hall to work. Looks over towards Ben Medor. Medor with a right foot towards the back post. John Carroll heads it away. They've been first to the ball time and time again so far today.
And plenty of space in the middle of the field as Calvert Hall's pushing forward. So they have time to play with this a little bit as they get their offensive guys a little bit up the field. They're very conscientious of playing defense at this point in the game, though.
They step to the ball there from the Patriots. Maybe some tired legs out there. You know, each team has played big-time games. Tuesday, each team was off. They had the bye, but the Thursday semifinal and the Sunday championship here at UMBC, and a free kick coming for Calvert Hall with under 10 minutes to play.
Here come the big boys, Ramsey and Nagy back down the box. It could be.
You got to look.
You got to be careful of a counter.
Got to look for Ben Ramsey here, though. Everybody way up the field for Calvert Hall. Ball comes in off a right foot, headed towards goal, and cleared away before it even got anywhere near the goal line. Cardinals will keep it, though, and they've still kind of got their team bunched inside the box if they want to go attack again. Moneth, header, Smith makes another stop. It'll go out for a corner, but it's 8 saves for Amir Smith.
Ticking under 9 minutes. Couple great chances. Beautiful ball. And a great header. I think that would have gone in. Smith, nice play.
Medor will take this corner for Calvert Hall towards the back post. John Carroll ahead to it first, and they head it away. One-on-one situation there. Whipped in towards the box. Calvert Hall with numbers. They score! The flag stays down, and Calvert Hall has tied it up with 8 minutes to go. It's Ryan Bilal. We got a brand new ball game.
I think that John Carroll thought there might have been offsides on this play. He looks offsides there, but don't forget, when that ball was hit, was he in an offside position? It looked like that was a good play. Tough call. The ref on the other side of the field is right on that line and did not pull his flag up to single offsides.
Yeah, it was real close. Remember, it depends on whether or not actually Rocco Pastore was offside, because he brought in the cross and then just fed it off lightly and pretty perfectly right to the eventual goal scorer, Bilal, who slotted it home.
Well, let's see if Calvert Hall hadn't gotten the adrenaline really rolling. John Carroll right on the precipice of a huge upset in this game. They've got to respond. Looks like Petty's come back in the game with a wrap over his forehead. I believe that's Petty.
Send one in. Header here. And now Calvert Hall with all the momentum. They get the goal. It's Ryan Bilal, the junior who's got dreams of playing at the next level. Coach Zinkett said he's getting a lot of Division I attention. The ability to distribute and the ability to score goals. And We saw it right there, a beautiful setup. Rocco Pastore on the assist. And we're even again. It was a 4th-minute own goal that got John Carroll on the board. And deep into the second half, Calvert Hall with the equalizer. And now, with Calvert Hall in the possession, can they take the lead? So knocked down. Here comes a shot, and pretty easy for Smith right there as Ryan Henneman was looking to give the Cardinals an advantage.
Once again, Henneman had a little bit more time with that ball then, I think. But we always talk about communicating on defense. You have to communicate on offense. His teammates could have let him know he had a little bit more time, or if there was a better place to put that ball.
Scandalis in the corner, and he could not get around a defender.
Pastore.
Great play from him.
Pastore's had a quiet game until that last assist. Sure.
Calvert Hall now pushing for goal number 2. And then here's the thing, Bob, you know, they were pushing so hard, advancing so far forward to get that goal, and it worked. Now they're not going to be as aggressive with the game tied, but they're still going to push here, try and get that second goal. Here's Ramsey with Rugel on him. Oh, a nice combination pass. Calvert Hall looking to take the lead. Shot took a deflection. It's going to roll towards the corner, and it will be a throw deep in the corner for Calvert Hall. Now under 6 minutes to go.
Well, we've seen John Carroll be very effective on these long throw-ins. Calvert Hall's not intent to try to get that big ball into the box.
Medor feeds it off. Pastore tried to feed it inside, and it got knocked away. Not exactly numbers for John Carroll, but now maybe on a 2-on-2. This one's ahead. Can they run it down? Ball heading towards the end line, and couldn't quite get to it to keep it in play and keep the possession. Supan. Tackle here. Here comes Calvert Hall with numbers maybe. A chance for the Cardinals and a great tackle. Fantastic tackle in the back end, and John Carroll comes away with it. And now we do have a Patriots player down on the other side of midfield. And we're going to show here, as we've got a John Carroll player down, we're going to take a look at the replay on the Calvert Hall goal. Now the question is Pastore offside? Because on the play, it looks like when the ball's sent in, Bob, it does look like Bilal is offside, but it doesn't matter because he wasn't the first one to touch it. It's all about if Pastore was offside, and it looked mighty close.
I thought Bilal was offsides. I'm not sure about Pastore. Let's see this again if we can, while they're attending to.
So Bilal, it looked like he was maybe on when he got the pass, but Pastore, I mean, it was razor thin.
Let's watch here.
As you see on the replay. And
Bilal's offsides. This guy on the back corner.
I would say they look a little off there, Bob. I mean, it's not egregious and obvious, but he might be beyond that final defender, and that's what John Carroll is calling for.
Well, the referee, truthfully, was absolutely right on his goal line, or excuse me, on that front offensive line, and he kept his flag down. There was never any debate. So I feel he thought that Pastore was onside and Bilal was off, but the ball did not go to Bilal.
And the other
he
question
ended up
was,
getting the pass.
The other question was Bilal even still offside when he got the pass from Pastore? This one goes into the box, maybe a chance. Sliding save for Jones. Goal is open, and John Carroll couldn't quite get enough on it. It was C.J. Rugel who had a chance.
And tremendous effort by number 21 for Calvert Hall, Ben Ramsey.
Supan couldn't get it. Lets Bilal by. And then John Carroll on the back end with Tolson defending. And they'll win the throw. See this chance right here. Sliding in, here comes Rugel, and just enough of a touch on the back end by Josh Nagy, the senior on defense.
That was Nagy, not Ramsey, excuse me. 21 and 20, they're bookends. They've had quality games, both these guys, at the defensive end.
Miscommunication there from John Carroll. They give the ball over to Medor. Now it's taken right back. Tolson feeds it ahead. Mejia brings it down nicely to the chest. Mejia into the box. Looking for a cross. Took a deflection. John Carroll's got a corner kick with 3 minutes to play.
With John Carroll faithful in front of us, making a lot of noise.
Yeah, it's
the stands. There is an exceptional crowd here. This bottom deck right in front of us is full.
An absolute packed house here at UMBC Stadium. MIAA Conference Finals. Calvert Hall looking to make it back-to-back titles. John Carroll looking for their first ever championship in the MIAA. In-swinger with a left foot, and Jones goes up and makes the play. That was better aggressive goalkeeping there from Nate Jones, and he snags it out of the air. One Cardinal down there with 5 white shirts for John Carroll. And the Patriots will win that, although didn't seem like they had to do that, Bob, and backheel that out of bounds. He had 4 teammates he could have given the ball to and kind of gave away a throw for Calvert Hall. So a break for the Cardinals here. 2 minutes to play. See one of the assistants for Calvert Hall there, Frank Acero, drying off the ball there. So Gabe Gleekin can get a nice grip on this throw. Into the box. That one's knocked away by Gleekin, and it will be a John Carroll throw. Of course, we get to an overtime period. If we do, it's 2 10-minute periods, golden goal. If nobody scores in the 20 minutes, we will head to penalty kicks to decide the MIAA Conference Championship.
At this point in the procedure, I think both teams are exhausted.
It would maybe benefit from the little break in between regulation and overtime.
Correct, to get those juices flowing again, get their second win.
Now you're obviously not just going to sit on the ball, but you know, unless a big chance comes, maybe on this throw here, Mejia heads it to himself. Nice job to stay on the ball. Nobody really there to help him as Nagy gets to it and just rips it out of bounds for a John Carroll throw.
It's Hoffman coming up. He with the big throw in that accounted for the first goal.
Towards the box. Mejia whiffed on it. It's cleared away. Headed back towards the box, and now Moneth knocks it up in the air. We're under 50 seconds. One last chance for Calvert Hall. Tripped up there, late whistle, and now a little bit of a shove after the fact. Clock running down towards 30 seconds and counting. And Calvert Hall, I think, Bob, they're going to send everybody forward here. Maybe wait till there's just enough time where there won't be a counter and have the goalkeeper take the kick. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to send everybody forward, and they're not going to kick this till about 15 or maybe 10 seconds, so if there is a counterattack, they're not caught. Here's Jones towards the box. It's headed away by John Carroll. 8 seconds left, and we do get a whistle, and the flag was up for offside, and that is going to take us to overtime. 80 minutes was not enough to decide this A-Conference championship. You get an own goal in the 4th minute, you get a beautiful goal and a controversial goal from Calvert Hall in the final 10 minutes. We are even at 1 goal apiece, but do not go anywhere. We've got overtime coming up next. Calvert Hall and John Carroll with a title on the line.
We are transforming the banking experience. We are bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial. We make it personal. CFG is not your traditional bank. Staying complacent isn't who we are. We are not afraid to do things differently and find the right solution to meet your business goals and dreams.
At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling car brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. And now with special financing options. Choose an electrified 46 mpg Camry Hybrid right now with low 3.49% APR, or take 3.49% financing on an impressive 52 mpg Corolla Hybrid. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
Kelly Benefits helps employers and employees save time, money, and hassle in navigating the intricacies of insurance, benefits, and payroll challenges. Kelly Benefits is pleased to be the title sponsor of the legendary sports group MIAA Lacrosse Game of the Week. Visit kellybenefits.com to put our people, technology, and solutions to work for you.
Bold, tenacious, entrepreneurial.
Working with CFG is like working with a partner. They're about what's best for our business.
Making it personal.
They were asking us questions about our business. They were getting to know us. That's just different.
CFG is not your traditional bank.
If you're looking to grow your business, CFG is who you want to be in business with.
We are transforming the banking experience. At CFG Bank, your success is our business.
Toyota is the #1 selling retail brand in America, thanks to a steady supply of new vehicles, which means faster delivery to you. Choose a Tacoma right now with low 3.49% APR, or take 4.29% financing on the all-new Tundra. Or check out a 4Runner with the best resale value of any off-road SUV for '22, according to Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com. Visit your Toyota dealer and reserve yours today. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, we require extra time here in the 2022 MIAA Conference Soccer Championship game. A 1-1 tie between John Carroll and Calvert Hall. Here's the odd throw-in goal in the 4th minute that put John Carroll up 1-0. Just floats in, and then the keeper, Nate Jones, knocks it in. That counts as an own goal to make it 1-0. Calvert Hall on the other end got one on a controversial call. Was it offside? Was it not? It was counted as a goal. That came in this one with about 8 minutes to play. We are at 1-1. Connor Newcomb and Bob Schreiber here with you for this one. We thank you so much for joining us. Again, the A Conference final in the MIAA. Calvert Hall unbeaten on the year. And John Carroll, the overtime rules, we got 2 10-minute periods, and it is golden goal. So if anyone scores in these 2 10-minute periods, the game is over. If we don't get any goals for the next 20 minutes, we will head to a penalty shootout to decide a champion. Of course, we've seen one game in the A Conference tournament already go to overtime. That was the quarterfinal between McDonough and Curley, a wild game back on Tuesday, in which Curley scored with 10 seconds left in double OT to win it and advance to the semis. Here comes a shot and a one-hop save for Nate Jones.
And back to that first goal that John Carroll scored, a throw-in is what they would refer to as an indirect play, which means somebody has to touch the ball before it goes into the goal. And of course, you're the goaltender, the ball's coming at you. You've got to make every attempt to stop it. Nate Jones could have let that ball go into the goal without touching, and it would not have counted. But that's, I think, asking an incredibly large amount of a young man, or anybody for that matter. I don't care where you're playing, to not have tried to make a play on that ball.
Yeah, you've been trained your whole life as a goalie. You know, he's going to play the D1 level. You know, you see the ball coming at you, you're trying to keep it out of the net. And to do that, he touched that ball, and because he did and it went in, it was a John Carroll goal. So a couple of odd goals in this one. It almost seems fitting that it ended up even and each team got a goal that had some questions attached to it. The Calvert Hall one, was it offside or not? But we are tied at 1 and into the first extra time period. We got 10 minutes here. Then if no one scores, we'll get a brief little OT halftime and then another 10 minutes of golden goal.
Dylan Isaac, he's a left back, number 1 with the ball. He's been pushing up a lot here in the second half. John Carroll's had a counterattack a couple times where his vacant space has been available.
That one through towards Bilal, couldn't quite get there. And good aggressiveness, Amir Smith immediately off his line. He's been fantastic today for the Patriots. Now John Carroll the other way, can they break? They've had a few chances, not as many as Calvert Hall since John Carroll got the early goal. Left-footed cross is knocked down. Henneman couldn't quite get it. Here's a shot, that takes a deflection. And John Carroll wins a corner. 7th corner kick for John Carroll, all coming after halftime. Neither team ended up with a corner in the first half. And over to take it there for John Carroll. It's going to be whipped in with a right foot here.
Rugel's not taking this for the first time.
Sent in. Oh, and that was a little bit of a lucky bounce for Nate Jones. He punched it into the turf and it bounced right back up into his lap and then corralled it. But he played it aggressively and it worked out.
I'm not sure, 18 is not listed on this John Carroll roster, so I'm not sure who that is taking that penalty kick. It might be Rugel very well.
Yeah, somebody came in and switched a jersey, it looks like, at some point here.
Maybe something blood on his jersey. He's wearing that wrap on his head. So that could have very well been the issue. Isaac, I said he's been pushing up.
Chance for Calvert Hall out top the box. Turning, shooting, and right to the feet of Amir Smith. He makes another save, stopping Rich Moneth there. 10 saves now for Amir Smith. And remember, Moneth had the winner last year in overtime in the championship game. As we see him turn and shoot, just couldn't get much on it. But Calvert Hall beat McDonough 2-1 in overtime in the championship game last year. Moneth had a goal in the 13th minute, and he had the OT winner. Can he do it again? What a finish to his career that would be for the senior.
Well, ever so subtly, Calvert Hall's played a few more players than John Carroll. Not many, but a few. And they would appear to be a teeny bit fresher right now. That's a foul on Bilal and a yellow card. He's got to leave the field.
So you add him to the list. Bilal now along with Mador playing with yellows on the Calvert Hall side. On the John Carroll side, you've got Mejia and Petty and Eddie Smith all with yellows at the moment.
Eddie Smith has had an outstanding game leading the John Carroll defense. They can ill afford to lose him. He got a yellow card early in this game and kept his poise, never put himself in a position where he might get another and be removed from this contest.
Sent ahead towards the goal. Ooh. Jones had to backtrack a little bit on that one, but he had it lined up the whole way.
Well, Jones hadn't been tested much this entire year when you've only given up 10 goals. And when he has been tested, he's been up to the task. He's been a little nervous with it at times tonight.
Here's Henneman. Henneman on the right foot, and it's cleared away. John Carroll back line has continued to be phenomenal. Dias Mingle back there, kind of leading the way. Just over 4 minutes to go in our first overtime period. Again, golden goal here in this championship match. Winner lifts the trophy. Calvert Hall trying to make it 2 years in a row. John Carroll looking for the first ever in the MIAA. contact there, and our side judge will get that call as Scandalis goes down.
Well, he pushed him. He could have called that. Again, the referee has pulled out that yellow card when it is an obvious penalty, and also he hasn't pulled it out at times when he might have, because there was not an advantage.
Scandalis, not sure if it was a shot or a cross, but ended up right in the chest. Call it a cross there of the goalkeeper Jones. So we play on. And you mentioned it, Bob, with about 2 minutes left in regulation, that both teams could definitely be helped by the little 5-minute break they got between the end of regulation and the start of the first overtime period. But they certainly rested their legs, but each team just looking a little more sluggish than they did earlier in the half. This one set on. Can Mejia keep it in? And I believe he did, but nobody there to help him out. Calvert Hall's got the possession. Can the Cardinals break the other way?
Beautiful pass.
On through, but Crow tripped up. He was going to be having a potential 2-on-1 if he could stay on his feet right there, but Justin Crow had that ball kind of get in between his feet and tripped him up. And a break for John Carroll.
Well, he's got that big cast on his hand. You wonder if he just wasn't off balance a little bit. That's adding a couple pounds on that right-hand side.
A free kick for John Carroll at midfield. They'll push a good amount of bodies up, not too far up though, trying to defend against a potential counterattack after this free kick. Game's gotten a little chippier, 25 total fouls now as this one goes towards the very top of the box. Mejia brings it down. Looking for Petty inside the box. And it squirts out here. Henneman, nice feed to Angelini and a good step. Mingle on it. John Carroll with a chance, and Scandalis just stepped on the ball. Tough break for him. He'll win a throw, however.
Hoffman's going to come down, I'm assuming, to make this throw in.
Well, maybe not. It actually looks like CJ Supan's going to take it. He's going to set things up. 90 seconds to go in the first extra time period. Throwing for the corner, and they'll just let that one bounce out and do it again. And this time, Bob, I think they're going to bring Austin Hoffman over here.
And I'm sure Coach Fendrick loved Hoffman to kind of take his time, see if they can't, at the very least, get this game into the second OT.
Good throw in, deflected out towards Hoffman. Instead, a rip from Supan, and he let that one fly out onto the track beyond the goal, and we're under a minute to go in the first extra time period.
Well, the boys are tired, and for good reason. They've given everything they possibly can to this game, and this is another classic contest that whoever ends up on the short end of this, it's going to be a shame, because it's been a great battle.
Bilal back in for Calvert Hall. Nice distribution on the goal kick here. And does the Hall have one more chance in him? Crow lets it go through his legs. Calvert Hall maybe with a chance. 20 seconds down the right side. And strong defending comes out to Crow. Slipped along with now 12 seconds. John Carroll on it. They're going to be able to clear if they want to. Now 5 seconds to be sent down the field with 2 seconds and 1. And that'll do it for the first overtime period from UMBC Stadium. We still got 10 more minutes of golden goal extra time coming up next.
Very exhausting.
The 2022 MIAA Soccer Championship Games are brought to you by CFG Bank, the official community bank of the MIAA. Toyota, for legendary safety and reliability, choose Toyota. And let's go places. Advanced Radiology, the largest imaging provider in the state of Maryland. Academy Financial, committed to providing exceptional service for all your financial planning needs. The 5-Star app, the world's first and only sports highlight rating app. Earn yours. Kagan, Stern, Marinello, and Beard, we always look for the most efficient and effective solution to your complex legal issues. Sheehy Lexus of Annapolis, experience amazing. Riley's Oyster Bar, it was a brave man who tried the first oyster. And Turf Valley Resort, fall into relaxation, take in the scenic beauty, and get away on the greens at Turf Valley Resort.
We're through 90 minutes in this one. We are still even, 1 goal aside from Calvert Hall and John Carroll in the 2022 MIAA A-Conference Soccer Championship game. John Carroll, the 2 seed, Calvert Hall, the 1 seed, battling it out here as we head to our second overtime period. Connor Newcomb and Bob Shriver here with you for this one. We thank you so much for tuning in for the final of the triple header of MIAA Championship action at UMBC Stadium here on this beautiful November Sunday. A little rain's been falling, but it's been in the high 60s, low 70s most of the day. And we are into continuing golden goal overtime. Calvert Hall out shooting John Carroll to this point. But again, we have 10 more minutes of extra time to play. It will be golden goal, so if anyone scores, it's over. If we don't see any goals for the next 10 minutes, we will head to a penalty kick shootout to decide who gets to lift the trophy. And Bob, you were talking about it, you know, both of these teams, tired legs, played important games Thursday, have gone through now 90 minutes today. They got 10 more ahead of them. And we'll see if, you know, the tiredness leads to just a lack of chances and PKs, or if it maybe leads to a defensive breakdown on one side and somebody can get that win.
Well, don't forget, because of their wonderful regular season, John Carroll and Calvert Hall both got byes last Tuesday, and they were fresher on Thursday. So there's no advantage there. They were the top 2 seeds. So they had a week off basically prior to their semifinal contest on Thursday.
The only advantage I would say is that because John Carroll was locked in a tight one, it was a 1-0 win over Loyola on Thursday. Calvert Hall on the other end, they won that game 5-0 over Curley in the semifinal. They led 5-0 at halftime, and I know they were able to get some of the younger guys in at the end of that second half. So maybe, you know, instead of some of their starters playing 70 minutes, some of them played, you know, 50 or 55. Maybe that's a slight advantage, the only one I could think of here in this one.
Good point.
John Carroll with the first possession of this second overtime period.
Good play by Pastor.
Comes out to Medor, he sends it up ahead. Now the Cardinals will try to come the other way. Angelini, nice pickup in the midfield. And now it's sent away. I believe, as I've looked out there, Bob, I believe wearing the 18 is CJ Rugel. I haven't seen him, I haven't seen the number 3 out there. And he was taking the corner kicks earlier. Feed this one up the field. Here comes John Carroll. Mingle.
He's got legs.
Tries to feed it off, gave it away. Maybe numbers the other way.
If John Carroll's back. They've got 5 guys back.
Henneman gives it up. Bilal, he's the goal scorer to tie it with 8 minutes left. Bilal sends it across, and it's deflected out.
Both teams aren't venturing forward too much. They don't want to give up an easy one.
Month, the hero in last year's championship game with the 2 goals, including the OT winner. Henneman goes down. Here's a dangerous spot for a free kick right here.
Let's see who Calvert Hall's going to have take it. Looks like Midori's setting up.
Henneman went down as Matthias Mingle came out and clipped him. He's more than 5 yards outside the box at this point, but this is a spot where you can shoot this one on goal. 10 saves for Amir Smith, the sophomore goalie. He's been huge today. Can he come up big again right here? Calvert Hall still setting the ball, 7:45 and counting to go in the second OT period. Ben Medor over top the ball with a right foot. Medor shoots it right into the wall. Angelini on the rebound, and his shot deflected wide. John Carroll survives that scare. They'll clear it up ahead. Not far enough initially, and now Mingle will just clear it out and reset the defense. Here's Henneman.
Nice flip.
Henneman with a cross. Ooh, little in-swinger right there off the outside of the foot. And Smith's got it. And he'll slow things down just a touch. Try to get an extra 10 seconds of rest for his guys right here. Good looking boot from Amir Smith. It's going to end up with a John Carroll throw deep in the Calvert Hall end. We know what they've done before, and Smith set that all up. Gigantic boot.
Is this game going to finish how it started with Hoffman throw in?
Could it happen again? Hoffman in towards the box, deflects towards the top of the box, and it's knocked away. Suppan, a little bit of space here. Isaac runs it down in the corner. And Calvert Hall's got it back. They give it away to Smith. Got a Calvert Hall player down on the far side. It's Isaac. He is still down at the moment. Calvert Hall playing 10 on 11 right now, and now they will stop it. So it's the senior Dylan Isaac who's down on the far side of the field. 6:04 to go, and you hope he's just cramping up here.
Yeah, which would be something a lot of these kids, yeah, it looks like it's a bad cramp. Not unusual. These guys, Isaac has worked extremely hard today.
As Isaac still down over there for Calvert Hall. What this will do, it's going to give both sides a little bit of a breather, which, looking at him out there on the field, they desperately need it. You know, already the longest game that both these teams have played all season, and it comes in their final game when guys are banged up, a little injured, playing through it, and just trying to will themselves to lift a trophy here at UMBC Stadium. And obviously you would think Isaac will come off for a bit. The question will become, will he be able to come back into this game for Calvert Hall, as he's being helped off gingerly here with 6:04 remaining in the second golden goal OT period. Again, no goals in the next 6 minutes. We go to a penalty shootout.
Looks like they're going to drop back number 7. Crow will play that left back position in Isaac's place.
And it'll be a drop ball here for Mingle, and John Carroll will get it on the restart. Headed on, Petty going in, and there was Jones to scoop it up. Good little combination from John Carroll, but couldn't get a shot off. Henneman sent it right through Hoffman. Now it's Angelini. Angelini with space, feeds it off. Oh, a nice little back heel pass. That was beautiful. Inside, Moneth. Oh, he's the hero again! Back-to-back years, Rich Moneth, the king of Calvert Hall, and the Cardinals go back-to-back.
Well, all I can say is, wow. Monmouth bided his time, made a beautiful back heel pass to his teammate, who threw it back into him. Watch this. Beautiful pass there, and it's coming right back at him. This is Crow, dishes it into Monmouth, and he finishes into that far low corner. 2 years in a row, Monmouth has scored the winning goal in overtime to give Calvert Hall another championship. Remarkable.
Moneth, listen, his scoring output hasn't been as big through the season, but he's been a key player, and big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. And Calvert Hall, the Cardinals, your 2022 MIAA A Conference champions, they go back-to-back with another title here in 2022. And Bob, they did it the same way, 2-1 in overtime on a Rich Moneth goal. That kid's got to be on the top of the world. On the John Carroll side, what a performance after losing just a few weeks ago 5-1 to this Calvert Hall team. They led most of the way in this game, went to overtime, had their chances. They had a great season, just came up a little short.
I know it's trite, but John Carroll kids should not even remotely feel that they didn't give it their best. They had an incredible game. They played their hearts out. Somebody's got to win one of these things. Obviously, that's why we play them. It's just too bad because they played a brilliant game. They got themselves in the defensive mode. Amir Smith, their goaltender, made a couple tremendous saves. And you got to give Calvert Hall some credit also. They were losing pretty much for 75, almost 80 minutes before they got the tying goal. Took it into overtime, got through to the second, and Rich Moneth made a ridiculously good play, not only with a back heel pass to his teammate Crow, who's coming up from that left back spot, dished it back to Monmouth. He showed great poise in the box and finished it low and away.
Yeah, just an incredible moment here for Calvert Hall. Rich Moneth, he's just the guy. He set up with that pass he talked about. Crow gets the assist. And what a moment it's got to be for that kid, Rich Moneth, in his final game in a Calvert Hall uniform. The senior felt, there's no way I can top what I did last year. Well, in his final high school soccer game, he did just that. The golden goal midway through the second overtime period, and Calvert Hall wins it 2-1. They get the goal with 8 minutes remaining in regulation. Ryan Bilal tied it, and then they win it in double overtime to take home back-to-back titles. Rich Zinkin gets his third title as Calvert Hall head coach, and the Cardinals continue to reign atop the A Conference.
I'm looking at here at this handshake line. There's a great deal of respect between the two squads. The kids that are playing in this game know that Coach Fendrick from John Carroll and Coach Kincaid from Calvert Hall are great friends. They got a lot of respect for each other, and as a result, the kids have shown a similar amount of respect. High school sports at its best.
Yeah, what a relationship between Rich Zinkin and Jim Fendrick. But Zinkin gets the best of him in the championship. Calvert Hall goes through the season unbeaten and wins the title in the A Conference here on an unseasonably warm November evening. Calvert Hall gets the goals again from Bilal, the winner from Moneth. On the other side, it was the own goal off the throw-in in the 4th minute that got John Carroll on the board. They led for most of regulation, gave up a late goal, and then Calvert Hall gets the championship in overtime. You got to shout out Amir Smith. 10 saves in goal for the sophomore for John Carroll. Kept them in it the whole way, but it just was not enough. We thank you so much for joining us here for this one. Calvert Hall now 2 in a row, and Bob, obviously they're going to lose a lot of seniors going into next year. Had a huge senior class, but it's got to feel great right now to finish their careers with a championship.
Yeah, and also not too bad a feeling for Calvert Hall going forward, since their JV and fresh soft teams both won championships and were also undefeated. So I don't think Coach Zinkin is worried too terribly much. You're always going to lose some seniors, but he's got a lot coming up in the pipeline.
So it's a 2-1 win for Calvert Hall. They take home the title. We're going to stay right here for you to see the trophy presentation, to see the Calvert Hall Cardinals lift that trophy for the 2nd consecutive season. But we will sign off for now for our entire crew here at UMBC Stadium and my partner, Bob Schreiber. I'm Connor Newcomb, signing off from the home of the Retrievers. One more time, an instant classic. Calvert Hall wins it in overtime. Rich Moneth, a year after he scored the OT winner to take home the title in 2021. The senior does it again in 2022. And Calvert Hall, your champions of the A Conference in the MIAA, with a 2-1 victory over John Carroll. We thank you so much for watching and hope you enjoyed a great season of MIAA soccer, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. One more time, congratulations to the Calvert Hall Cardinals, back-to-back champions.